Alright, and we are live here on YouTube for the 75th annual Southern 500. This year sponsored by Cookout, the Cookout Southern 500, whatever you want to call it. Alright, I am assuming that this isn't a big NBC race, but let me go ahead and double check. No, it's USA Network. Okay, that's a little bit strange. Alright, but we are here and we are getting ready for this one. Hopefully you guys are enjoying these live streams. We've been doing them throughout the season, and yeah, no plans on stopping anytime soon. Alright, there we go. Alright, and as per usual, the lineup on the side bar there will go to being actually up when we whenever NASCAR's website goes and actually ups it. So in the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and hide those away. Oh, okay, I guess my camera doesn't cover that, so we'll just go ahead and leave that open. Alright, so welcome on in, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Alright, so we are here just a few minutes early. Had a couple of friends who are actually at the race, and they actually got to they used their truck for driving Hocevar around for the parade lap, which I think is just really cool that they got to do that. Nothing too big, but hey, any bit you can be involved in these NASCAR races when you're there, the cooler it is. Makes for a pretty special event. Alright, there we go. Just double checking. We got everything going. And yeah, we're all good. So, who do we think's winning the race tonight? Who do you guys think? Do we think Bubba Wallace? Do we think someone like Kyle Busch maybe? Do we think one of the regular winners like a Denny Hamlin or a Kyle Larson go and get the win here today? Alright, there we go. Alright, we are just chilling out. Hopefully everybody is having a good time. Let's go ahead and actually put in a quick question. Alright. Vern. And actually, I just thought about something else we're going to go ahead and make sure we have up, which is going to be the, we are going to make sure that we have the points as they run so that we can kind of, at least in terms of if there is no new winner, we can keep track of the battle for points, because that is going to be active throughout the night as drivers are going to be fighting for points. Alright, figured this is probably a three-way question, but figure we'll go ahead and we'll put in a third option there anyway. I think those three options cover most of the field. Alright, so there we go. We're chilled out and we are ready to go. So they're at commercial break. We're just chilling out waiting for this one. Actually, let me go ahead and just check a couple other things. But yeah, so hopefully everybody's having a good time though. Again, if you guys want to let me know who you guys think's going to win the race, go ahead and let me know. I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on who you guys think's going to win this race. My personal pick for the win tonight, as I made it on the broadcast yesterday as a part of race picks for the Lap Down podcast, although we didn't get an episode done this week, is going to be Denny Hamlin, and that is going to be an interesting one. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think everything's all caught up there, and we are good to go. Alright, so, as I would certainly love to see someone like maybe a Kyle Busch go and win and lock their way in, but don't have a whole lot of confidence in that. Alright, nobody's locked into... Alright, the leaderboard will probably not be up yet for another 8 minutes while we wait for the official race start time to go. But, so I'm thinking up here in this top corner is where we'll have the points bubble. I didn't really think about that beforehand, so we'll have to just edit it on the fly, again, when the thing is up. Alright, there we go. And, we are just chilling out here and waiting for NASCAR racing. I will say, I like the fact that some of the drivers still went with some throwbacks, even though this isn't the official NASCAR throwback weekend. It obviously used to be for quite a few years, was the throwback race. Now it got moved to the spring race to try and make the spring race special. And I think it's fine that that this race here isn't the throwback race anymore. One, it helps make the earlier Darlington race in the season special, and while this race itself is special in that on its own without any help, I don't think this race needs any real help to become a special race. I mean, it's the crown jewel. It is one of NASCAR's 4 biggest races of the entire year. I don't see any real reason why it shouldn't be considered there. And, we got Michael Jordan on the hood of the number 45 car tonight as Tyler Reddick's climbing in the car. We should be getting ready for the command to start the engines here soon. Thank you guys for everybody that's tuning in for the live stream. Of course, if you guys are new here, hit the like button and subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. We've been doing this all throughout the NASCAR season and don't have any plans to stop anytime soon. We got the playoffs start 1 week from today at Atlanta. Then they go to Watkins Glen, and then we will be in person down at Bristol Motor Speedway in 3 weeks' time. So, definitely going to be a fun playoffs. I always like going to a playoff race. Going to be even better next year when I don't have to drive 18 hours to a playoff race. Because New Hampshire being on the NASCAR Cup schedule, definitely going to be a cool one. But, yep, there we go. And let's see, they got Christopher Bell. Only one top 5 finish in his 10 Darlington starts. That is a little bit concerning because, only one time finishing like that. Did I just get put in a time machine? Because that is not the kind of car I expected to see the number 11 in. Let's see. Yeah, that's Kel Yarborough's race car. Yeah, it was going out there and turning laps. Didn't happen to notice who it was that climbed in the driver's seat, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, we are just chilling out though. Hopefully everybody is having a good day. And again, feel free to go ahead and comment in the chat. Let me know who you guys are rooting for. Would love to see some engagement there. Alright, there we go. Engines are getting fired up, and we are getting ready for some action here any minute now. 4 minutes away from the leaderboard probably going active. Yep, there we go. Now Jeff Burton's out there looking at the banking of Darlington, which that is the weirdest thing about Darlington, is the fact that it really is such a narrow racetrack when it comes to the actual racing surface. And obviously, as is pretty well known about Darlington, is that it gets faster the further up and the closer to that fence you go. We saw it yesterday in yesterday's Xfinity Series race. The further up the track you went, the faster and faster the more and more speed you started to find. Saw guys going up to the top to try and block the runs. We saw people diving up the inside, but then trying to having to try and slide up in front of them before corner exit because of that massive run off the corner. Alright, so there we go. It's also the first day of September, so we're starting up another month. The Pokemon rated ladders reset, so for over on my new gaming channel that I started up last month, we're gonna have some rated battles coming up. I actually went and filmed I think 2 episodes of it before we started here, so definitely going to be exciting to be able to work on 2 different channels at once. Link to the gaming channel should be down in the description, just as there is with a bunch of other stuff. Let me just make sure the links are all working. Yep, links are all working. And yeah, so we are all set and ready for this one, as they should be hopefully getting back from commercial break here soon. Also, if you guys want to let me know who your guys' favorite drivers are, I can help keep you guys updated on where they're running throughout the race. Yeah, even if they aren't inside the top 10. Just need to know, because it's next to impossible for one person to keep track of all 37 drivers we're going to have out there. Alright, but yeah, Bubba Wallace up on the pole position. Gonna be curious to see what he ends up doing from there. Got Marty Snyder doing a part on the egg shape of Darlington, which I've never really understood it being called an egg. I mean, I kind of understand it, but it also has never really looked all that much like an egg. But yep, and there's the famous fishing pond that they didn't want to disrupt when they went and designed the track. Hence why we got a more narrow corner in 1 and 2. But yeah, so there we go. And I'm just impressed that over the years, Darlington never got reconfigured the way that, say, Atlanta did, when Atlanta got turned from the from the front stretch back stretch combo to the tri-oval, or to the quad oval that we know today. And there we go. They're showing the trophy with all the faces of the winners so far. Denny Hamlin on there a couple of times. I think I saw Tony Stewart's face on there. And again, today's race not only is the Southern 500, it will also be setting the NASCAR playoff field. So here we go. It is 6 o'clock Eastern time, so the leaderboard should be open momentarily. And yeah, we are here and ready for this one. The cars are starting to roll off the grid, and we will be racing here soon. Let's see. Alright, so Bubba Wallace and Carson Hocevar starting on the front row. Briscoe and Larson rounding out row number 2 there. Gibbs and Hamlin will be sharing row 7. A little bit further back than we normally would expect from those guys, but plenty of laps to try and find their way through the field. Eric Jones, a two-time Southern 500 winner, rolls off from the 14th row. He is really deep in the field, and he is going to have a very big challenge ahead of him if he wants to win this race. This was a really weird race where, besides the top 10 or so, the qualifying order actually felt fairly natural, and like, yeah, your fastest guys kind of qualified at the front, which obviously we always like to see. We always like to see the fastest drivers finishing near or at the front. Alright, let's go ahead and get the leaderboard up, as it is now public. Alright, that should be pretty much perfect here if I just click and click. And of course not, because they had to change something. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, there we go. And there is the leaderboard for today's race. And let's go ahead and get that points. Let's go ahead and get the points situated as well. Alright, we are going to go ahead. This is going to be an interesting one to try and make work. Also, because it's live, means that we can go ahead and grab the NASCAR fan rewards here. So give me a minute and we will go ahead and grab those. Alright, that is gone to the mobile layout. I'm looking for the PC layout. Oh wait, live standings. Alright. Come on, why is this being so annoying? Come on. There we go, live standings. There we go. That is what we want. Now it's going to be about trying to figure out how to size it up. So the ones we really care about are going to be those three. They're going to be 11th, 12th, 10, 11, 12. Those are your last three in. So let's go ahead and get that up here. Display capture. And alright. So yeah, we're only gonna focus on basically that 3-point position bubble. Mainly because your transfer spot is in there, the first person out is in there. Alright, and let's go ahead and put that in the top corner here. And let's see if we can maybe make that a little bit more viewer friendly. So alright. And boom. Alright, so again, they're going out there and rolling, so we should be over there shortly for the start of the race. Alright, we're going to go ahead and resize that, try and make it a little bit more, again, friendly for the viewers. We won't put points behind, we'll just kind of put the point totals there. And that should be good. There we go. So So we got the active point bubble battle here. I think that's a pretty good way to go. And, oh yeah, I want to make sure I can actually read chat, so let's pop out the chat. And there we go. Thank you guys for everybody that's joined in on the stream so far. We got 4 votes on the poll in the chat, and let's go ahead and see where we're at. Alright, let's go ahead and put chat right down underneath the standings. Alright, so there we go. And we're doubled up and ready to go. We should be ready to go green here as well. And there we go. Everything's all set up and ready. So again, we got points battle up there. We got top 10 finishers over, or top 10 runners over there. Should be everything we need for a good fun race today. So Bubba Wallace again on pole position. He is going to be provisionally in the playoffs if he can just hold on to that lead. Carson Hocevar on the outside of the front row will be trying to take that lead from him. And as we saw last week at Daytona with Harrison Burton, if you can win a race, you're in. So Hocevar, doesn't really matter how his season's been so far. If he can get the win here today, that would put him in the playoffs. Bubba Wallace electing to start on the outside lane. That is going to be a key factor. And again, we expect the outside lane to be the preferred line all night long. Pace car dives off the field. The crowd on their feet as they come to the start of one of NASCAR's most historic races in one of their most historic venues, the Darlington Raceway, and the Southern 500 is underway for the 75th running here. Green, 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 green flags out. We are racing here at Darlington. And there we go. Off, and as expected, Bubba Wallace jumps to the lead of the field. Kyle Larson follows him through to second here. And Bubba's teammate Tyler Reddick also trying to follow through on the top side. Meanwhile, that bottom side looking to be a very tough spot to restart the race. Yeah, Carson Hocevar just trying to find any spot he can get in line. And he has not found it yet. He has drifted back now to the 4th or 5th position, which is a drastic fall off from where he was just a lap ago. And now they are starting to get single filed out. Most everybody that was on that inside line has kind of bailed on the inside, at least early on, to try and move up into that outside line. Austin Dillon, middle of 3 wide there for Dillon, as a line is formed underneath him to try and freight train him, and a line on the outside, obviously. And there we go. Austin Dillon finds a slot in the top line to stop his free fall. But, yeah, right now, though, oh, contact, oh, weird, we've got a yellow. We got the first wreck of the night. Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney are already in trouble. MTJ just got loose and lost it right in front of Penske driver Ryan Blaney. Oh, my. And we're not even 3 laps in. We're barely 3 laps into this race, and we're having issues like that. Can't imagine what we're going to be like 100 and something laps in. Again, man. Yeah, so once again, that is Martin Truex Jr., who is one of those drivers in contention for those playoff spots. And in fact, we just saw him drop down to the 10th place in points. He is now behind his teammate Ty Gibbs for that points position. And this is why I said I wanted to see Martin Truex Jr. lock himself into the playoffs before Daytona last week, because one, going into Daytona with that kind of stress is stressful, but you also have no idea what could happen at Darlington. You could have a terrible night at Darlington. He is going to have a terrible night at Darlington, as just a small contact there with the 24, very small, very incidental looking contact, almost like actually looks like the 19 might have been trying to come up to side draft there, or even just to try and fall in line behind him, but made a little bit of contact with the 24, and it just upset that car. Just goes to show these cars are truly balancing on that razor's edge. Hey, 23XI, how's it going? Alright, there we go. Let me go ahead and scroll chat down. There we go. Now I can actually see chat. For whatever reason, it decided that, oh yeah, you want to see the very top of the chat, the oldest stuff. There we go. Ryan Blaney is out the car. That is absolutely nice to see that he is able to get out of that car. Just wish he could be getting out of that car after, oh, I don't know, another 363 laps, something like that. Any chance we can make that happen? Probably not. That car's probably not going another 3 laps, let alone 163. Or 363. But, yeah, so there we go, and we are set and ready for this one, but caution flag flying, and that is going to put Martin Truex Jr. is currently being shown as outside the cut line. Martin Truex Jr. is currently losing the 16th spot in points to Chris Buescher, as Chris Buescher now is tied with MTJ in points. And again, that is a dead even tie there between Martin Truex Jr. and Chris Buescher in points. And man, that's assuming that they finish in these spots throughout the remainder of the race. Absolutely, MTJ is going to be trying to get that car fixed and get back out there so he can try and potentially point his way back in. Now again, that is with Bubba being shown as the race leader. If Bubba does not win the race, it becomes a 3-way point battle between himself, Buescher, and MTJ, and gives both of them a much better shot at advancing on points rather than having one of the 3 of them locked in on a win. So there we go. They are going to commercial break, which means we got a minute for me to go ahead and just read some chat messages. But how is everybody doing? There we go. Let's see. Alright, so yeah, we are just chilling here. But, yep. Seeing some friends complaining about that being their pick going down. I will say, Dire Curses actually got defeated last week. Because Chris Buescher got struck by it when he got involved in the wreck, but then he drove back through the field to still finish inside the top 10. Which is always a good thing when you can beat the curse, but you don't really want to be in a situation where you're having to fight with a curse. If we're being fully honest, no one really wants to be in a situation anytime soon where they're having to fight with a curse, right? Alright, so there we go, and we are all set. Let's go ahead and just look. We got 9 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that has tuned in. Again, as per usual, if you guys are new here, hit the like button and subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. We've been doing them all season long. In fact, earlier this week, a bit of a shout out to a video I did have earlier this week. Me and my buddy JP got the chance to interview Carson Kvapil ahead of his 8th NASCAR Xfinity Series start at Darlington that he had yesterday, and that was a great interview. I think you guys should definitely go check it out, but thanks to JP for 1, getting it set up, and 2, letting me sit in on the interview. So yep, there we go. And just in time, we're back from commercial break. Great. Now we get to go ahead and hopefully see get to see the restart again. 4 laps in. You can't really afford to go and make a pit stop for tires at this point. At this point, it's way too early. But, yeah, we're getting ready for this one, though. And Martin Truex Jr. is climbing from the race car. I believe I believe that is the damaged vehicle policy retiring. Yeah, the damaged vehicle clock has run out on Martin Truex Jr. and he will be out of this race. Ryan Blaney already out this race because he needed to get his car towed back to the garage area for repairs. In case you guys are new to the NASCAR series as a whole, when you have damage in an accident, you are required to make the repairs on pit road, and you have, I believe it's a 7 or 8 minute time limit this year. But you are on a clock to fix the damage, and that starts at when you first enter pit road, and it will be paused when you exit pit road, and you have to maintain a minimum speed to be off the clock. MTJ obviously never got back out on track after his wreck, and ran out of time on the clock, so he will be out of the race. And you're also required to be able to drive your car back to the pits, and Ryan Blaney was unable to do that, so he will be out of the race. Alright, so there we go. Alright, well, let's see where the votes are at here. Looks like we're leaning towards a driver that's already locked into the playoffs winning this race. To wait and see, but there's Martin Truex Jr. walking away from his car and potentially walking away from the Darlington Raceway for maybe the last time. Obviously, announced earlier this summer that this will be his final full-time season. He did specify full-time, and that he would be interested in coming back and making part-time starts specifically for Denny Hamlin in 2311 in their potential third or fourth car, depending on how many full-time cars they have and how many rotational cars they have. But, yep, there we go. They're doubled up and ready to go back to racing. Bubba Wallace on the top side. Kyle Larson goes to the bottom, but you've got those two 2311 cars on the top side. Pace car dives for cover. And the two teammates on the outside line are going to be absolutely gunning it to try and win this battle off the restart here. And here we go, down to the green flags out, and they're racing down to the restart zone. And, yep, here we go. Time to see what kind of push Reddick can give his teammate. Kyle Larson down into turn 1. Can Larson outdrive Bubba Wallace into turn 3? That is going to be Larson's best shot to try and pass Bubba, is going to be to just flat out outdrive him into turn 3. Not going to be close enough, though, as Bubba Wallace has actually gotten out ahead, and it looks like Tyler Reddick is also going to get out ahead of Larson. Larson falls in line third here as they get into the single file line. And we'll start to basically pick each other off one by one rather than running in the big two-wide pack that so frequently leads to accidents around this racetrack. And there we go. Michael Jordan is in attendance for this race. And there we go. All right, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick working their way through this one. All right. Come on, trying to center myself a little bit better there. But yeah, again, Buescher versus Truex. If Buescher maintains a 16th place finish all night long, that will completely even them out. Yeah, in terms of points, and then it will come down to tiebreakers, and it looks like Truex would be the loser on tiebreakers right now if Chris Buescher finishes 7th in both stages. Now, obviously, Chris Buescher would have to really run very consistently to end up getting that. But we also saw Buescher earlier this year. He was in contention to win this race in the spring. And if Buescher is able to score, say, a 6th or a 5th place finish in this first stage, then he can afford to either finish a little bit worse or just finish 7th and be guaranteed in because he would have higher points than Truex and not have it come down to tiebreakers. Speaking of tiebreakers, Ty Gibbs has almost dropped in points far enough to the point where he and Buescher would be tied. Yeah, Ty Gibbs only 6 points behind, only 6 points ahead of Buescher for that cut line. There's a realistic possibility we could see a three-way battle for the final playoff spots, and it could be a three-way tie as well, which would be incredible. so there we go. Let's see. We got Hamlin and Bell both have entered the top 10. Denny Hamlin and there's Ty Gibbs. He's starting to make his way through the field. He's only 9 points to the good over Busher, but again, that's what a first-time winner in control of the field will do for the cut line with Bubba Wallace up there. He has jumped himself up ahead of Busher, ahead of Gibbs in the points, and only leaves 2 spots available for drivers to get in on points. If we see someone like Reddick or Larson win the race, then there would be 3 drivers in on points, and it would likely be Gibbs, Busher, and Truex getting in, and Bubba would probably be out based on the actual point standings. So, assuming the Busher finishes right around where he's running right now, it is basically going to be a must-win for Bubba Wallace to make the playoffs. And I think Bubba Wallace knows that, and I think that is an insane amount of pressure for him to have to go into this race with that on him. But they also just haven't had a good enough year to try and give him that little bit of extra security. I think an earlier season win would be an amazing thing for him. I think if they could somehow get him a win before the playoffs where he could actually relax prior to the playoffs, I'd be curious to see what a relaxed Bubba Wallace ends up looking like. Because we've seen stressed out Bubba Wallace, and he's good, but usually once these race car drivers relax, that's usually when they become really great. I mean, remember when Larson had really no expectations on him in 2021 when he was coming back from the suspension? That was the most relaxed I think he's ever been. He had nothing really to worry about. He had everything to gain and really nothing to lose because, worst case scenario, he wasn't slated to be in the Cup Series anyway at that point. So there we go. And there we go. Chris Busher getting passed by Christopher Bell there. And that is going to offset them, and that puts Martin Truex Jr. now up 3 points ahead of Busher in the battle for the playoffs. So now Busher would need a 6th place finish in stage 2 and the race if he were to finish 8th, which every spot you can gain or lose drastically changes your points position. And again, Busch, Briscoe, and Hocevar right this minute, if one of them were to just instantly take the lead, wouldn't drastically change the results much at all, as one of them would still be a non-winner winning and locking themselves into the playoffs. It would just be them at the top of the list, not Bubba Wallace jumping up above. Alright, so there we go. And this is actually going pretty well. We're 21 laps into the race. Hopefully everybody is having a good time. Which flip from last week? What was your reaction for the flip last week? I'm assuming you're talking about the Michael McDowell flip, which I was not exactly the happiest about. Although you very well could be talking about the Josh Berry flip as well, which was also a thing. But, they're showing off Eric Jones's Cup wins. He's only got 3 wins on his record. One of them in the Summer Daytona race back in 2018, and he's got 2 race wins in this very event. The Josh Berry flip. I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like there's going to be a lot of fans overreacting to the fact that, we saw a record number of flips at Michigan, for Michigan standards. Yeah, that was insane. Then they went and added a second fin to the NASCAR car, which, according to people much smarter than me when it comes to race cars, said that fin is what stopped Michael McDowell's car from completely flipping over at Daytona. I think that the fin did do its job, but it's also one of those things that Daytona a has about a 10 has about 10 times the amount of airborne flips than Michigan does. So, are we really surprised that going from Michigan to Daytona, even with an added safety feature to try and avoid an airborne crash, that Daytona might still have one or two? And by the way, that 10% more or 10 times more flips, that's just counting data from the year 2000 onward. So, I feel like that's one of those things where people are overreacting to the airborne crash and the fact that there were two flips 2 weeks in a row. I think NASCAR was one. It was incredibly impressive that NASCAR was able to come out with a change to fix the problem after Michigan before they got to Daytona. But yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying what I think about the flip. But yeah, I think another thing to just show that, well, weird physics are going to do weird things, is the fact that there was a second car there spinning in virtually the exact same way, but that car didn't flip over. So, to blame it entirely on the race cars or on physics, it's just a weird physics thing. I don't think there's anything NASCAR really could do to make those cars too much safer without slowing them down drastically, which I don't want to see. So, still under the green flag. They went to the commercial break. Atlanta next week and Talladega in the fall. Neither one of those races are going to have a green flag lap that is missed completely by commercial break. Alright, so there we go. And we are just chilling out there. So, again, MTJ still definitely in the running for a potential playoff spot alongside Chris Buescher. Alright, so there we go. But yeah, I think the crazier flip of the 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks, was the Corey LaJoie flip at Michigan. Because that one was definitely a concerning one because there was virtually no contact. There was virtually no reason why that car should have gotten up in the air. As opposed to both the other situations that we saw at Daytona where there was significant car contact that led to the car being light and the air pocket being broken. And here we go. Speaking of air pockets being broken, we are back to racing and ready to go see if any of these drivers can go and break into Bubba Wallace or Tyler Reddick's air pocket at the front of the field. Alright, let me go ahead and grab my NASCAR fan reward points before I forget. Remember, you guys can go ahead and check in on the NASCAR app to get yourself some free NASCAR fan reward points that you can use towards NASCAR merchandise, autographed diecast, race tickets, and more. I'm saving mine up. I'm hoping to maybe get to 9,000 before heading off to Bristol, although I highly doubt it at this point, so... Yeah, just because I've missed a couple of races in the middle, I don't think I'm going to be able to earn enough points. Alright, let's see. Alright, well, I've gotten my 50 points for the race. Alright, let's see. So yeah, I'm at 6,800 points right now. Definitely good, but not good enough to get to the 9,000 before Bristol, I don't think so. There we go. Yeah, now after the, yeah, because I didn't hit any kind of progress bonus yet either, I don't think. Let's see. Let's say, yeah, I haven't participated in fantasy enough times. Trying to look at the, okay, I could take the NASCAR driver compatibility quiz to go ahead and get 5 points, but I don't think, again, 5 points I don't think is going to fix the the situation I'm in. Actually, next week I will hit 30 cup races. And how many points come along with 30 cup races? Let me see. 30 cup races. That's a 300-point bonus. I could theoretically. And, oh, we got pit stops. We got green flag stops. Michael McDowell, Growla. Now Bubba Wallace enters his pit box. Kyle Larson was already in and out with a 9.4-second pit stop. Busher, Barry already in and out. Keselowski in and out with a 10.4. Gilliland in and out. And there goes Bubba Wallace. So there we go. It was just checking the NASCAR fan reward stuff because I don't want to forget about it. And I want to make sure that if it is possible to get to 9,000, which again I don't anticipate it being possible, I want to make sure I try my best. And there we go. Tyler Reddick with an 11.4 second pit stop. That's a bit slow. And there we go. Out on track, it looks like Josh Berry is trying. Oh, man. Alright, so there we go. Josh Berry, it looks like, was battling with Chris Busher there. I don't know if that was for position or not. Bell and Gregson both pulling off the pit, off towards pit road here. Bell has made it into his pit box. William Byron also making his pit stop here from the race lead, and that puts Denny Hamlin to the lead of the race. So far it's Denny Hamlin, Justin Haley, Kyle Busch, Van Gisbergen, and Timmy Hill who have stayed out so far. And Justin Haley comes down pit road. So now it's Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Van Gisbergen, and Timmy Hill. Those four are the drivers who have stayed out thus far. So Byron completed his pit stop in 10 seconds. Alright, let's see. Alright, so 40 laps into this one. We got 115 laps in stage 1, so it is a long race, segmented up into long stages. Kind of surprised they didn't make like the first stage really short and then split the second and third stage in half. Alright, let's see again. Right now we're just working our way through this one. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Waiting on pit stops to finish cycling. Looks like Timmy Hill has started to lose spots here, and he has officially lost a lap to Denny Hamlin. We're waiting to see where the full cycle is going to end up cycling out. But it looks like there is a chance that Chris Busher might be right at the very edge of the top 10, which is not a very good spot there. Timmy Hill comes to pit road, and it looks like Denny Hamlin might be preparing a pit stop as well. And he just let a ton of cars by there. Bubba Wallace, Briscoe, a couple of them. Alright, let's see. So yeah, right now though, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch both coming down to pit road. Come on, Kyle. Let's see like a 5-second pit stop. Come on. And it's going to be on the clock. 1 second. 2, 3, 4, 5. Onto the second side. Alright, so yeah, and here we go. Denny Hamlin, the final driver left to... Oh, wait, no, sorry, not the final driver left to pit, because Van Gisbergen is still out there. SVG still out there. Kyle Larson, though, was able to leapfrog Bubba Wallace in the meantime. Alright, let's see again. Right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to end up happening here. Man, I am definitely tired here, but we are 44 laps into this race. And there we go. Now that Bubba Wallace is not leading, we've got Ty Gibbs in by 21, Truex in by 12, and Bubba Wallace is in by 3 points over Buescher. Buescher currently holds on to a 3-point deficit in the 17th position on points. So I think the points as they run is going to get more for sure later, because so far those points don't seem to be reflecting the stage finishes, because the stages haven't finished yet, so those aren't, it's hard to project those. Alright. Well, we are going to commercial break, so I'm going to go ahead, throw up a quick ad, and I will be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom. come back from commercial break. Kyle Larson has a 2-second lead over Bubba Wallace for the lead of the race. Briscoe into third. Reddick fell all the way to fourth with his poor pit stop there. Bell all the way up to fifth. Christopher Bell, yesterday's winner, looking like he is on a charge here. Shane Van Gisbergen still not pitted yet. He's still holding down a 10th place position here. So he just lost the 9th spot to Hocevar. And right now, Chris Buescher hanging out on 11th place here. That would be a massive loss for him on points if he isn't able to get any stage points. But looks like he is about to pass. Yep, there we go. He just passed Shane Van Gisbergen for the... for the, the 10th position. And there we go. Reddick just passed Briscoe for third. And now he's on his way to go help his teammate Bubba Wallace try and run back down Larson for the race lead. And here we go. Let's see. So, yeah, that's what that... So yeah, that's what that was. Okay. Alright, let's see. How is everybody doing? Let's see. Looking further down the list, again, SVG absolutely dropping like a rock. I think his goal is to stay out. Now, if he's able to save a set of tires by doing that and ends up being the only person with a set of tires left late, maybe it could play out, but I don't really understand this strategy from SVG if that isn't the case. Alright, here we go. So Ty Gibbs looking to make his first ever NASCAR playoff appearance right now, as he is currently 24 points above the cut line here in his second season of NASCAR Cup Series action here. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with Ty Gibbs. I think he's done incredibly well for how short a time he's been in the series. But just look at Kyle Larson right against that fence. Like, legitimately, you couldn't probably keep a piece of paper between Larson and the wall. One, because of the air, and two, because there is not a whole lot of air between the two of them. So, yeah, there we go. And Kyle Larson, he's always been a highline guy, and that's why I'm kind of surprised it took him as long as it did to kind of get used to Darlington. Basically took until he got into the number 5 car. Maybe that was just the fact that it took him getting into cars that were more capable. But again, he got the hang of Michigan like right away using that high line at Michigan. But yeah, 4-second lead though for Kyle Larson, and he has only been able to grow that lead over the last 5 laps. I mean, barring the caution flag for the end of the stage, honestly, I'd be willing to say that Larson could potentially lead the rest of them all the way to the checkered, which that is crazy to say right now, but Larson looks untouchable right now. Again, Christopher Bell working on marching his way through the field. Alright, let's see again. Right now, we're working our way through this one. Denny Hamlin working his way past Keselowski, trying to just march his way up towards the front. Hamlin's one of the favorites to win this race, and he's my pick to win the race, but he is just not having the kind of run he needs right now. Alright, and there we go. Let's see. Just chilling out. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so yeah, there we go. go. 4.5 seconds now to Wallace. Wow. So yeah, I mean, right now Kyle Larson is just putting an old-fashioned butt whooping on the field. So there's a little bit of a throwback going here, I guess. So yeah, SVG went and made his pit stop. He is now second place and 1 lap down. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I know I tend to have quite a few SVG fans, especially for the races when they're in better time slots for the New Zealand fans. And yep, there we go. They're hitting a commercial break, and yeah, we are just we're trying to get ready for this one. Let's see. Oh man. Yeah. So they got a Corley Joy Chili's ad, which is fitting considering he will probably be working at a Chili's soon. And let's see, what else do we got going on? Let's go ahead and take a look at any other points here. Go. So, just went and explained the point system to somebody that apparently doesn't know how the points work. So, there we go. Alright, so there we go. Watkins Glen. That's going to be a fun race in a couple of weeks. Alright. Well, we've had a decent amount of people here today. Alright, so yep, got a triple header at Watkins Glen. I'm assuming that's ARCA, Xfinity, and Cup. I'm assuming that trucks aren't racing there. Let's see, what does the truck schedule look like for the playoffs, as they are already in their playoffs and we are heading into the Cup Series one. Alright, let's see. So, Truck Series will be at... Their next race isn't until Bristol, so... The next time the trucks will be on track, I will be watching them in person. So, yeah, then Xfinity follows Cup for the entire remainder of the season. And obviously, Cup is at every Cup race on the year, because, well, it's the Cup Series. And here we go, showing the, kind of showing the glare going into turn 3. When you're racing off into turn 3, there is a significant amount of glare from the setting sun that's shining right in your face. And, Brad Keselowski might be starting the next round of green flag stops. We missed it the first time, but yeah, Brad Keselowski coming to the pit road. And Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Briscoe, Byron, all following down pit road. Josh Berry also dives down to pit road. Well, seems like a bad time for me to have gone and looked at my fantasy roster, but I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm second in points on the day. Alright, so there we go. And Byron got done in an 8.8 second pit stop there. Bubba Wallace, a lot further down pit road as he's... Reddick with a 9.6, that's not bad, but when you see Byron and Barry both getting 8.8s done, 9.8 for Briscoe, 9 flat for Buescher, 9.6 for Chastain, 9.4 for both Logano and Priest, 8.6 for Suarez. That's the fastest I've seen. Larson with an 8, with a nice consistent 8.8, and Zane Smith with a 9.6. So some pretty fast pit stops here. All of them very much under 10 seconds here. And oh, Cindric with a tire violation. Austin Cindric will be coming back down pit road for a tire violation. He will have to do a pass-through penalty here. And a pass-through penalty here is a death sentence, basically. It is barring a well-timed caution, it is very tough to overcome a pass-through penalty at this racetrack. And you better not compound it by doing anything stupid like speeding on your drive-through penalty. Ty Gibbs came in and he got a 9-second pit stop. Alright, so there we go. We're all set. We got Chase Elliott coming down for his pit stop. We got 9 drivers left on the track that have not come down. Some of those drivers are guys who have not come down or who have already pitted. So I believe it's just Hamlin and Busch who have yet to pit. Busch 14 seconds off of Hamlin on that one. So Denny Hamlin's made his pit stop, and they are 35 laps to go in this first stage. They're actually working through these laps actually pretty quick. Brad Keselowski back up into the top 10. There we go. He was the first guy to come to pit road. He was able to make use of those fresh tires. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to end up happening here. Bubba Wallace 2.2 seconds off of Kyle Larson. So they've gone to commercial break, and we're just chilling out again. Just typing, trying to talking with someone in a group chat about how the points work, because, again, apparently not everybody understands how the NASCAR points work. Again, the points that we're talking about and that they are showing on the screen are points as they run, showing the points as if they finish the rest of the race in this current spot. Mainly because it helps emphasize how many points Truex has lost, because he came into the race plus 50 points on the cut line. So if he finishes dead last, he's going to lose a lot of points, but it's more so about can Buescher and or Bubba Wallace gain that amount of points to try and run him down on points. So definitely, I think the points as they run is a much more valuable metric than looking at the current point standings coming into the race. And even as they go and earn the points for the stage ends, I think the fact that you're not accounting basically for the final 25, or for the final 40 plus points at the end of the race, or 40 points at the end of the race that they could potentially go and get. I think points as they run are extremely valuable. Alright. Oh, man. Wish my nose wasn't so itchy tonight, but there we go. And we are all set and ready for that. Just double checking that. Alright, so they're back from commercial break. 29 laps to go in stage number 1. At the end of stage 1, points will be paid. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so you got in-car cameras on a bunch of drivers here that they're following. Not sure why Kyle, well, I guess they're hoping that Kyle Busch or Eric Jones can maybe win the race their way in, but those are the only non-playoff drivers on the screen, so. But, yeah, once again, Kyle Larson just absolutely putting a thrashing on this field, and I really, aside from, I don't see any real way that Kyle Larson doesn't win this stage here. And say he would need a tire to go down or something in order for that to change. So showing the regular season standings again, Reddick was actually the regular season champion, the regular season points leader coming into this race, but now that he's dropped all the way to 4th, he's battling with Briscoe still for the 3rd position, but yeah, it's one of those things where you gotta try and fight for every point you can get. Alright, so there we go. And say again, this is an intense battle. Briscoe's basically been stalking the back bumper of the 45 for a couple of laps now. He's even made a couple of diving attempts. That's when I saw that. Yep, and here goes another diving attempt. And this is where, yeah, the score on the leaderboard on the thing, they're showing Briscoe passing Reddick, but then Reddick passes him back when he gets the run on corner exit. Although the side draft down the straightaway. And Briscoe's clear. Briscoe can clear himself in front of Tyler Reddick. And he does do that. And now Justin Haley is going to try and side draft him as well, which is going to end up helping Briscoe start to put some distance between himself and the 45. Which, seeing that 51 getting up here in that mix is just impressive to see. Yeah, I'm assuming Reddick pitted at the early end of the window, and as of right now, he has fresher tires than the guys he's racing around, and I would assume, almost guarantee it, the exact same situation is the reason that the 51 is running up here. So there's no truck race this coming weekend. But there will be streams on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this upcoming week, as I will be live streaming the Packers-Eagles game in the same style I do of these, with a live leaderboard and all that, or live scoreboard and play-by-play commentary. Alright. But right now, Kyle Larson trying to lap Daniel Suarez right now. He's, Daniel Suarez already locked into the playoffs via his win at Atlanta in that insane 3-wide finish earlier this year. But, hey, every driver likes to finish on the lead lap if they can. And right now, Suarez is going to fight Larson for this lead lap spot. And right now, Chris Buescher being on the outside of the top 10, not able to actually... not actually in position right now for any stage points. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin just passed him for 11th, putting him even further away from potential stage points, which are going to be very useful for him going forward here. But so right now, Michael McDowell. Oh, come on! Why did Michael McDowell and Kyle Busch have to be the last two guys on the lead lap? I'm likely going to be rooting for one over the other for the free pass. Unless, hey, you know what? Go Suarez! Let's go! The more Suarez holds up Larson, the less likely he is to catch my other two guys with Kyle Busch and Michael McDowell. If Suarez can just keep the 5 car behind him. Come on. Suarez on the top side. Larson to the bottom. Larson's got the track position. Now he just needs to dive it in on the bottom and slide up in front of Suarez. Suarez, though, all the way at the top. He's not going to make this easy. I think Larson was just about clear for a moment. And yes, he's going to... Nearly gets himself turned by trying to clear himself in front of him, but does successfully clear himself in front of the 99. The 99 of Suarez drops back to the... first car lap down. Now he could still catch him. He could still end up getting the free pass, as he is currently the first car 1 lap down. But again, Kyle Larson's got 18 laps to go and change that by going and passing one of the others. But there's Denny Hamlin going and setting the 99 car on fire last week. Purely by accident, but the heat of the rubber ignited some residual fuel on the pit box, and it went right up into the rear end of Suarez's car and turned that car into an oven. But, there we go. And, so right now, Bubba Wallace 7 points ahead of Buescher as they run. Currently showing... currently showing that a second place finish right now would be enough for Bubba Wallace to make it into the drivers' and owners' points for into the drivers' championship for the first time, or for the second time, and for the owners' points, it's the first time because he didn't actually make the owners' playoffs last year. And now they go to side-by-side racing with 15 laps to go. 15 times around. And, yeah, here we go. Let's see. Again, come on. Mike McDowell, Kyle Busch. Just hold on to that lead lap spot for 15 laps. That's going to be really tough, though. Kyle Larson's a different beast when it comes to trying to keep him behind you. Let's see. Who else can I try and find? I gotta find a positive storyline for my guys, right? Come on. We're NASCAR fans. We like bias reporting. So let's see. Yeah, Michael McDowell, he's gonna be right in front of us. Right in front of him soon. Let's see. 31. Oh, and yep. No, wait, no. 31-3 is the distance behind. And so Larson's only about half a second back from McDowell's car. And here we go. They're actually showing his car on the screen. No Mike McDowell in sight yet, but also they're not using the greatest camera angle with the wide field of view. Not the one I would choose to use. I would try and whenever I'm at the racetrack filming, I always like to try and show, if I'm showing a battle for position, I like to try and, if at all possible, get both the car that's leading and the car that's trying to catch them, that's trying to close in, try and get them both in the same camera frame, if at all possible. Sometimes it's just not possible, but yep. So Michael McDowell, he's slowing down, but so is Larson's lap times. Last time by 32-1 for Larson, and McDowell. Oh yeah, there he is. McDowell's front bumper or rear bumper is now full of the 5 car, and 11 laps to go. I don't think there's any chance that McDowell holds him off for 11 laps. Maybe just hold him off long enough to where you can get the free pass and Kyle Busch can go and just get the stay on the lead lap here. But here we go. To the inside goes Larson. Michael McDowell, though, on the outside. He should have the advantage on corner exit here. Larson to the corner. He's on the quarter panel. He's side drafting, and they're showing the 77 car. Are you kidding me? I mean, I know Carson Hocevar is doing an amazing job, but we are in the middle of a battle for the potential free pass, and you cut away from that. Also, can I just shout out Todd Gilliland real quick, running inside the top 15 for the same team that Mike McDowell is fighting to stay on the lead lap for in 24th. Also, can I mention that we need to get these cameras back on that battle for the lead lap? Please? Can we please see my guy Mike McDowell racing for the spot? Alright, come on. 9 laps to go. Michael McDowell is 1 lap down, but Corey LaJoie has fallen behind Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch making a pass there. That's another driver that could potentially help slow up Kyle Larson's insane charge. But, yeah, again, we didn't get to see the potentially amazing pass that Larson put to close the door on Michael McDowell. Because, yeah, he got the side draft, was going alongside him, but then we didn't get to see the way it finished. There we go. There's the... but instead, we're going to get plenty of time to go see everybody passing out the Ritz crackers to the pit crew members. Because that is what's important, apparently. Not who's on the lead lap in the race, but whether or not the pit crew members get their Ritz crackers. Yeah. Sure. I think there's a slight difference there as to which one's more important. So here we go. Tyler Reddick just riding the very rim of the racetrack here, trying to gain any speed he can. 6 laps to go here. Now again, Corey LaJoie has not been caught. He is not a lap down yet. As of right now, Michael McDowell in position for the free pass. I don't know exactly how far apart they are. It looks like yeah, there's because they're a lap down, they don't show how far apart they are from each other, which is annoying. I'm assuming that's the same. Yeah, that's the same for every car a lap down. But yep, there we go. So Mike McDowell still holds on to that free pass position. Bubba Wallace holding on to a 6-point buffer between himself and Buescher, as Buescher just gained a spot on the racetrack, moving himself up into 11th place, I believe that is. But again, you need to do better than that. I think Buescher needs to finish at least 9th in every stage to tie Bubba Wallace on points. Now, ideally, they could maybe both catch Truex and they could both get in, but I'd rather, no offense to either of those drivers, but I think I'd like to see Truex compete for, or at least have a shot at the title in his farewell season versus missing the playoffs as his farewell. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. And Bowman dropped all the way to 23rd. So I mean, Kyle Busch has now put plenty of buffer. I think that Mike McDowell may have just gotten a gift in the form of the free pass, because I don't think Larson's going to pass his teammate if he can avoid it without letting Bubba Wallace catch him. Because at the end of this, I think so Buescher just started gaining points inside the cut line. So that's going to start eating into Truex and Wallace's point lead there. But yeah, 2 laps to go. If Larson can avoid lapping his teammate, I think he'll do anything he can to try and avoid lapping him. If you can avoid lapping a teammate, that way they can start in with the other cars that they're battling with for position. Some contact between Ross Chastain and Kyle Busch. Curious to see if that ends up leading to anything, but yeah. Oh, is that a flat tire or a tire going flat on the one car? Not sure, but yeah, the one car after contact with the 8 seems to be slowing. Hopefully not too much to the point where he loses the lead lap. But yeah. Alright, and there we go. Kyle Larson, stage 1 winner. Bowman stays on the lead lap. Free pass goes to Michael McDowell. Let's go. So Michael McDowell stays on the lead lap. Oh no, wait. Did Suarez get it? I'm seeing Suarez is the free pass. Uh-oh. NASCAR, can we get a rerun on that one? Alright, caution flag flies. Alright, I'm going to back this one up here just a minute to see to try and see the free pass battle here, because that's what I need to know. I don't really care as much about Larson winning the stage. I mean, it's cool. But yeah, no, Suarez passed him. So yeah, Suarez is going to be your free pass driver, not Mike McDowell. Dang it, come on. Well, good for Suarez, but man, I'm bummed that Mike McDowell didn't hang on to that one. Alright, well, let's go ahead and go to the live broadcast where they are at commercial break, and we are just chilling. So yeah, as of right now though, that's gonna be some extra points going to Chris Buescher as he finished inside the top 10 there. So yeah, so your top 10 and your points getters are Kyle Larson first, Bubba second, third was Briscoe, fourth Reddick. Rounding out your top 5 was Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin sixth, seventh was Ty Gibbs, eighth William Byron, ninth Josh Berry, and Chris Buescher gaining that final point in 10th. Again, I think he needs to finish. Ideally, I would have him finish ninth. I would have had him finish ninth in each of the stages if the battle is just for him versus Bubba, and Bubba stays in second under that same assumption. But, yep. But again, Todd Gilliland getting all the way up into the 12th position by the end of that stage, that is very impressive for him. Brad Keselowski was right there as well. And here we go. Let's see. Oh, that could be interesting. We may, let's say, is Corey Heim on standby? Yeah, supposedly Tyler Reddick may not be feeling well inside the car, according to his in-car radio. Got a friend who's listening to the in-car radio for the 45 car. There we go. So yeah, they're comparing basically the slowest to the fastest Southern 500s on record. Last year was the fastest Southern 500 on record, it looks like. But yeah, average speed of 120 miles an hour, which is pretty impressive. And a 9.3 second pit stop there for Larson, as he is the first of the four drivers of the four featured drivers to finish up their pit stop. Now we got Tyler Reddick, 3, 4, 5 second pit stop, 6, 7, 8, 9.2. He gained a 10th on Larson. Not gonna do much when Larson has you guys beat by a couple football fields. So Larson, Bubba, Briscoe, Reddick. Wow. The only change inside the top 10 was Barry lost one spot to Chris Buescher on the run. That's the only change inside the top 10. That is a little strange, but hey, we like strange. Alright, so there we go. They're playing an ad for Talladega. I'm gonna go run and grab myself another drink, and I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna go try and run an ad while we're doing that. Alright, there we go. Oh, I completely forgot to turn my mic back on. Alright, there we go. I completely did not realize my mic was not turned on there from when I got back. So, my apologies. And so right now, Kyle Busch up to 14th. There's an insane battle going on for the lead between Larson, Briscoe, and Reddick, but they seem to kind of be just holding each other at bay at this point. Bubba Wallace losing a couple of spots, and if he doesn't finish top 5 in this stage, I think he needs to start thinking about it as almost a must-win. I know it technically wouldn't be a must-win, but I think you pretty much have to think of it that way. Because I don't see any real world where Buescher finishes too far outside the top 10 unless someone takes him out, because I think he is very content to just kind of ride in the back half of the top 10 as long as it's good enough to advance to the playoffs. And Bubba Wallace right now has been struggling out on the track trying to hang on to that spot. Alright, so they're talking about NASCAR Xfinity Series at Bristol. And trying to hype up the fact that the remaining NASCAR Xfinity Series races are going to be over on the CW when it comes to it. Also, every NASCAR race or every NASCAR Xfinity Series race next year will be on the CW as well. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Alright, let's see. And yep, there's Kyle Larson out here flying. And he has started to pull a bit of a gap between himself, Briscoe, and Reddick. As there's now 1.5 seconds between himself and Briscoe. I mean, that is a massive gap now compared to what they were running with before. But the fact that Toyota fills spots 3 all the way down through 7 is actually pretty impressive, especially considering the fact that, for all intents and purposes, they're down at Toyota when it comes to Martin Truex Jr. going down on lap 3 there. Alright, there we go. So yeah, they're talking right now with Eric Jones' Jack guy. Yeah, they do this throughout the season. They kind of feature different crew members of different teams to try and talk about what they do off the track or what they've done prior to becoming NASCAR pit crew members. Like for a lot of them, a lot of them are former high school and even college athletes. In fact, one of the guys they're talking about is actually a former Penn State running back. And he actually was the jackman on the number 5 championship winning car. Yeah, a couple seasons ago, and he is still the jackman for Kyle Larson. But yeah, he was a star running back at Penn State, apparently, back when he was in college. Not sure. Running back is normally the position I would think of when it comes to jacking the car. Although, powerful legs, it doesn't make the least amount of sense. And you certainly don't want to have a heavy D lineman type guy going over the wall, because that would just be a lot slower than some of the other guys you could probably find. Alright, let's see. Well, we still got a decent field here. And I say Josh Berry trying to do what he can to make his way around the 22 of Logano here, battling it out for the 10th position. And there we go. The 4-car of Josh Berry just rockets by the 22 of Logano. And while that doesn't really help him in terms of the points position, granted, there's not really much that could be done to help most of these guys in the points. Alright, so there we go. So there we go. Alright, let's see. Mike McDowell still not in the free pass position here, as he's having to fight with Harrison Burton for it. Yeah, I mean, the list of guys who are a lap down, again, as I mentioned, no disrespect to any of them, but it's not all that surprising, the guys who are laps down. I mean, I think the biggest surprise would be Cindric, but even him, I mean, he suffered a pit road speeding penalty. Or not speeding penalty, but a tire violation that he had to come and do a pass-through penalty for. So, there we go. So, there we go. They are planning on keeping Tyler Reddick in the car. He is apparently not feeling all that well inside the car, but let's see. And there we go. Todd Gilliland and Joey Logano starting off the pit cycle. There we go. Joey Logano, Cindric, and Gilliland all down on pit road. Gilliland finishing with an 11.2. Joey Logano with a 9.2. Cindric, Keselowski, Priest coming down pit road. A bunch of the guys in the back half of the field coming down. And, okay, Gregson, Elliott also down pit road. Curious how many of these guys are going to start dragging some of the others to pit road. 9.6 for Cindric, 10 flat for Keselowski, 9.2 there for Priest, an 11-second pit stop for Elliott. That is surprising there. Now Gregson, we're waiting to see what his is going to be clocked at. A 9.4 there for Gregson. 9.4 second pit stop on Gregson, and yep, here comes a lot of the rest. A lot of Toyotas this time around. Ty Gibbs, Bubba Wallace, Busher had a 9-second pit stop there a moment ago. William Byron, Chastain, LaJoy, Bowman, Suarez, Bell, Hamlin. A lot of drivers here on pit road. So far, 8.8 is the best I've seen on this round of stops by William Byron's team. 8.6 there by Suarez. Suarez's crew has been on fire tonight. I mean, that's the second time I've called them out for beating the 8.8 as the best pit stop of the cycle of green flag stops. I don't think I've seen anything much better than 8.6. Alright, let's see. 8.6 for Bell. So Bell keeping up with the pit stop there of Suarez. And 8.8 for Larson. That is, again, one of those things where it's not overly consequential being 8.6 versus 8.8. It's just one of those things that's cool stat to talk about. Which, speaking of which, Carson Hocevar just put a 8.6 down. 9.6 there for Reddick, so a full second slower. And Briscoe just put down a 9.2 second pit stop there for him and his crew. And you got guys coming out of the pits, and now Austin Dillon coming to pit road. Austin Dillon leaving Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, and Eric Jones as the three drivers who have yet to pit. Alright, here we go. There we go. Uh-oh. Dillon's team just lost the wheel nut on the for the pit stop. They luckily had a spare in their back pocket, but man, a 14.8 second stop for Austin Dillon. That is going to be disaster for him. Zane Smith already in his pit box. Kyle Busch, Eric Jones coming down pit road as well to make their stops, and we'll have to wait and see. Come on, where's Busch going to cycle out here? Is he going to cycle out top 10, top 15, and 9.2 there for Kyle Busch. Kyle's not going to cycle out inside the top 10. Not in the top 15 either, as he loses out a spot to Gragson. Harrison Burton, Nemechek, and Kaz Grala all coming to pit road, along with race leader Josh Berry coming down pit road. There we go. Definitely feels like a weird one to talk about when it comes to the amount of lead changes we've had tonight. I mean, we've had 12 different lead changes amongst 8 different leaders. Yet it doesn't feel like there's been that much action at the front. I think the only drivers we've seen lead on track at the who have made on track passes for the lead have been Larson and Bubba. Bubba when he took the lead to start the race, and then obviously Larson when he took it back. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, and they're at commercial break, so we can go ahead and just read some chat messages. Let's see. Again, right now we're under green flag conditions. It's just a really fast race, the way that it's flying through. I mean, this race has been one of the faster ones I've seen. Alright, time to check my lineup, see if I need to make any changes. Do I bench Denny Hamlin for Busch, or do I trust that Denny Hamlin's going to get back up there and potentially risk Buescher falling? Oh, never mind, it just updated. There we go. Yeah, now I'm leaving Buescher in the garage for now. And yeah, I'm up to second in points right now. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. How are my bottom half of NASCAR Fantasy looking? Okay, I had Truex, so that's gonna be one that's wrong, but the other 3 are actually all right now. Alright, well, again, I said my fantasy lineup is looking pretty good for NASCAR Fantasy today. So here we go. Just shy of 50 laps completed here in stage number 2. 164 laps total in the race so far completed. We are crossing the 100 laps to go mark. We're definitely closing in on the latter half of this race. Or sorry, that would be the 200 laps to go mark. My bad. Only adding 100 laps to the race from what I originally said. But, yep. So as of right now, though, Truex and Buescher would be about 10 points apart on the track, but that doesn't really matter right now, as there is a spot for both of them in the playoffs, as yeah, Bubba Wallace has not been able to recover quite yet to the position of being able to actually go for the transfer spot. Alright, there we go. So yeah, Bubba Wallace having the fastest time of the race, but he set that lap all the way back on lap 2 when he had two things on his side. Track position, and he had the fact that the weather was different, because as that sun is setting, the track is definitely going to change here. Nebraska versus Colorado, no interest in that game right now outside of Travis Hunter for the Saturday night game. Alright, let's see. Again, right now Larson's just got a 1.5 second lead, and he's just gonna steamroll to another stage win probably, unless we get another caution flag or some other reason why Larson wouldn't just keep steamrolling away, as he's now gained another 10th of a second already. Alright, there we go. Alright, so right now we got Ty Gibbs versus Bubba Wallace here, fighting for the for a spot, and that's gonna be Ty Gibbs taking another spot there, and that's gonna be another 2 points taken away from Bubba. I mean, Bubba needs every point in every position he can get, and now he's going to be getting pressured now from... oh, nope, that's not a car for position. That's SVG. And SVG is not currently on the lead lap, so he will not be likely a factor in the finish of the race, or at least not a driver for position at the end of the race. Alright, here we go. And SVG looking to the inside of Michael McDowell for the spot here. There we go. Alright, let's see. What's it looking like right now? Again, let's see. The battle for position. Where is SVG? He is multiple laps down. Okay, so he isn't battling with Mike McDowell for that potential free pass spot, which Mike McDowell has reascended to the free pass position as of the last couple of minutes. So Mike McDowell in the free pass position. I'm going to go ahead and just confirm all my lineups, because I got a couple of different fantasy rosters that I play in. So there we go. Come on. Man, my NASCAR app has been having a really hard time loading today. Earlier, when I was setting my lineup, it tried telling me that the picks locked at 4 o'clock. And it's like, yeah, no, picks don't lock until 5. Until, 5:30 or so. Alright, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and get into my other... league where I play in the big NASCAR NBC one. Alright, so here we go. And again, right now, the highlight on the track of Ty Gibbs trying to run down William Byron here. But Bubba Wallace has just lost so many spots. I don't know what has happened to Bubba's car. Something about the change to nighttime just has not worked with him, and that is going to probably be what keeps him out of the playoffs here after qualifying on the lead lap, or at the front of the field, I mean. And yeah, that is definitely a big change. Alright, let's see. Position is gained since the start of the race. Priest and Gilliland are up the most amount of spots. Kyle Busch up into the top 15. There we go. That's another one I've been waiting to see. Alright, let's see. So, yep, they are going ahead and making this thing pretty entertaining, at least. And, yeah, we're at commercial break. Let's see. I'm going to try and have these finished up. I know I usually take a while when I'm doing them because I'm trying to think, but hopefully I either have Truex or Blaney and can just put one of them in the garage. Alright, there we go. And that one looks to be as good as I can make it right now. So, barring a surprising ascension up the leaderboard from Chris Buescher, I think that one will probably be set. I'm also going to have my NFL fantasy starting up this week with Kansas City versus Baltimore starting on Thursday. Won't be streaming that game because I'll be busy with the NASCAR Heat 5 race. Alright, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Come on, fantasy. Alright, there we go. That one was an easy one. I want to try and get all these done before the end of the commercial break so that I can be back with you guys by the end of the commercials. And they got a WWE commercial going on right now. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we got live scoring. That one's as good as it's going to get. Yeah, I'm in a ton of different leagues based on what friend group I'm in. And I usually stagger my lineup just a little bit to try and get myself as good a shot as I can to try and win at least one of them each week. And they are coming back from commercial break already. And William Byron breathing down the neck of Denny Hamlin here for the 4th position here, as William Byron's already passed Reddick for 5th. Wow. Alright, Byron's been busy during the commercial break. But, yeah, again, right now, with bigger news, Larson is actually being caught by Briscoe. Briscoe's only a half-second back right now. And Buescher holds a 9-point advantage over Bubba Wallace. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr. only 18 points above Bubba Wallace as well. So Bubba would need a big points turnaround here. And Bubba Wallace just passed Ty Gibbs a moment ago, I believe, for a points position. Either that or he was battling with Logano and almost lost it and just managed to gain back that 8th position there. Alright, there we go. think this should be my last fantasy run. And another pit stop already for Keselowski. Keselowski's been on the early end of those pit stops every single time. And, oh, whoa, Cindric just put a big block on Kyle Larson as Kyle Larson is trying to outrun that speeding 14 car right in his mirror. And, yeah, the 14 trying to stay as close as he can through the pit stops to potentially get a good finish there. And, all right. And we got pit stops occurring, so I'm going to wait to keep adjusting lineups until after pit stops have concluded. Hopefully that won't be at the end of the race, or at the end of stage 2. We got 46 laps to go in stage 2. Should be plenty of time. Bubba Wallace hits pit road. Logano with a 14.2 second pit stop. That's not Penske perfect whatsoever. Gregson with a 9.0. That's a much better pit stop than Logano's. Still not the best, but hey, you know what? You don't need the best every time. You can very much take a average pit stop. 9.6 for Buescher, 9.2 for Preece. Gilliland, Chastain, Jones, Hocevar, Suarez, Cindric, and Reddick are all on pit road along with Ty Gibbs. And there we go, a 10.2 for both Chastain and Gilliland, an 8.8 that time for Suarez, 8.8 seconds in the pits. Jones with a 9.2. Hocevar with a 9.2 on pit road. Now we got other drivers starting to hit pit road. Bowman, Larson, Briscoe all coming to pit road. So Briscoe's following Larson down pit road, and it's going to be a fight. Let's see. 9.2 for Gibbs. 10 flat for Reddick. 9 flat for Kyle Larson on the pit stop. Briscoe hasn't made it to his pit stall yet. Bowman and Byron have both started theirs. 9.8 for Bowman. And Byron a 9.2. Let's see. What is Briscoe going to do? It's going to be a 9.6 for Briscoe. Losing a half a second on pit road. That is unfortunate for... But, yeah, as of right now, though, this race is pretty good. Bell coming to pit road. Zane Smith just had a 10-second pit stop. Corey LaJoie up into the top, or not into the top, but up to the top of the list of green flag pit stop guys. And, yeah, they're making their way through this one. It's actually a pretty good race going on. And again, I'm still waiting for the full pit stops to cycle around as Christopher Bell just came to pit road. And now we got Hamlin, Berry, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, and Chase Elliott currently outside the... currently on the outside looking in, but they have all basically stayed out to try and get to the lead of the race. Now, granted... Elliott's in the playoffs and Denny Hamlin's in the playoffs, but they're both up there for other reasons. The rest of them, though, are basically up there hoping for a caution or potentially rain past halfway at this point to try and stop the race early. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one here to... Alright, come on. Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Josh Berry, and Denny Hamlin, the 4 drivers who have yet to come to pit road. Kyle Larson in 5th, currently the race leader. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. Chase Elliott heads to pit road, and that leaves just the 4 of them that I mentioned earlier. Curious if we're going to see Hamlin, Berry, or Busch come to pit road this time. By Kyle Busch hits pit road. Kyle Busch hits pit road, and now he is on the clock to see if he can hang on to that lead lap, or if he's going to end up losing a lap here. Elliott with a 9.2 pit stop. That's actually a really good pit stop there for Elliott. Is a not bad at all. Especially when you're by yourself, it doesn't really make a big difference in terms of the tenth of a second to try and better your position. A tenth of a second probably isn't any positions on the racetrack. Dillon with an okay stop. Hemrick with an okay one. 9.0 for Hamlin. Did not see Kyle Busch's stop. Yeah, but yeah. Alright, there we go. And here comes Josh Berry down pit road. I believe that is the last of the drivers we were kind of waiting on to see if they would make their stops. They've all made their stops. And 38 laps to go here. Alright, let's see. Again, right now we're just working our way through this one. We just had a wave of green flag stops. And that means now I can go ahead and start actually fixing my roster. Gonna go ahead and make that change, and there we go. Just didn't want to be fixing my fantasy roster during a green flag cycle where someone might be up at the front that isn't normally, like Josh Berry, who was just leading the race a moment ago, who will definitely not be leading the race 10 minutes from now, or even right now. Alright, let's see. What do we got? People talking about Tyler Reddick being crazy for staying in the car. Let's go ahead and refresh Twitter and see what Twitter's got going on here. Let's see. So, yep, Joey Logano just passed. Joey Logano just got passed by the 17 car. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Oh, Linus Lindquist captured the Rookie of the Year honors over in the IndyCar Series today after his finish. Alright, there we go. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at the IndyCar finish just to see how it ended up. So, Scott McLaughlin over Scott Dixon. So, the two Scotts from New Zealand, who are both excellent IndyCar drivers, finished 1-2. Herta, Ferrucci, and Marcus Ericsson, the top five. Alright, not bad. Finished with only 10 cars actually finishing on the lead lap. And yeah, the Rookie of the Year ends up finishing 45 laps behind the race. There we go. Alright, there we go. Should be back from commercial break soon. So yeah, 9.6 second pit stop for Briscoe. Alright, there we go. Again, right now we just got ourselves a pretty standard race so far. 200 laps down, 167 to go. 30 laps to go in stage number 2. Oh no, there's lightning in the area. That's not good. Don't know how close to the area, but there's lightning in the area. Great. There's no rain itself yet, but supposedly, according to my friend who's actually at the racetrack, there's lightning in the area. Alright, let's see. Can we see the lightning strike? No, can't see the lightning strike from his video that he sent, but yep, here we go. Showing off the 2018 or the 2017 Darlington 500 here. The race where Denny Hamlin won in the Flying 11 in the same Flying 11 scheme he's in tonight. Slightly different paint scheme there, but yeah, and then he ended up having that win encumbered at the end of the race for not passing post-race tech inspection. Alright, let's see. But yeah, so far the battle for the lead's actually, again, Briscoe's maintained a pretty close battle here. I mean, I don't know exactly what is different about his car tonight than it has been for the last couple of weeks, but yeah, he's showing some real speed here. Alright, so yeah, right now 25 laps to go and just not a whole lot going on the track at the current moment. Let's go ahead and see. Where is Kyle Busch running? And alright, so he's running 14th, which is not bad, but it would be nice to see him start to make some progress, although it'd be hard to make progress during the season. Alright, there we go. Alright, here we go. Side by side, Kyle Busch versus Joey Logano. There's a fight we've been waiting to see. Kyle Busch finally facing off against real playoff contenders versus the previous feuds we've seen him doing, where he's feuding with guys like Corey LaJoie on a weekly basis, or Ricky Stenhouse Jr., or someone else. Alright, so here we go. Let's see. Again, right now, Kyle Busch has made his way up to 13th there as he passed Joey Logano. He's got now Ryan Preece in his sights. And, yeah, right now they're showing Chastain, who has struggled mightily since whatever the issue was that cost him a ton of spots near the end of Stage 2. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Man. Again, right now, the biggest thing is just that that Toyota roadblock from 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And that's kind of the biggest clog right now in terms of teammates not wanting to work together, is that the Toyota teammates have kind of made it a manufactured thing of one manufacturer versus the others. showing this Ross Chastain highlight from a couple years ago where he rode the fence, similar to what we've seen a lot of drivers attempt to do at Darlington to try and win the race. But for Chastain, it actually paid off in a massive way as he made it to the championship for that year. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Alright, so yeah, right now we're just kind of waiting. It's one of those things where we kind of entered the part of the race where there just is not a whole lot going on. Everybody's kind of settled into their positions and kind of drifting forward and backwards, but not a lot of actual action is happening. Or even in the situation where it is actually happening, but these drivers just, for the most part, are working together, so it doesn't really mean a whole lot when they go and make an attempted pass. Alright, there we go. And yeah, we're just chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. And again, quick reminder that I will be live streaming on Friday night the not the NASCAR, but the NFL Week 1 game that is a Peacock exclusive between the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. So if you guys are interested in that game and don't have Peacock, feel free to come on in here. We'll be hanging out, talking about the games, talking about the other Week 1 games coming up. And yeah, hope to see you guys there. And let's see, Denny Hamlin trying to make any kind of ground that he can. All the way up into 4th place right now. Let's see, 13 laps to go in this stage. 13 more laps for something to go wrong for Kyle Larson. But so far, Kyle Larson is just maintaining a lead. He isn't going and putting an absolute whopping on the field the way he was earlier. But he's not going and he's not getting it close enough to where you can really worry about a challenge from behind. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Denny Hamlin trying to make his way through the lap traffic. He's got Byron in his sights. Byron a full 7 seconds behind Larson, but Denny Hamlin could get to Byron by the end of the stage. And right now, the battle between Buescher and Bubba is only a 5-point gap. That must mean Buescher's dropped a couple of spots. Let me go ahead and find that one out for you. Yep. Buscher's dropped all the way to 13th. Kyle Busch up to 12th right now. Ryan Preece working his way up towards the Ryan Preece up until the 11th position right now. Kyle Busch just trying to pass as many people as he can here. He's got the slightly fresher tires here. So, what can Kyle Busch do in the final stage to try and turn his car from a 12th place car to a winning car? Because realistically, that's what Kyle needs to do, is he needs to find victory lane. He hasn't found victory lane at this track since since 08, which is not great. Alright, here we go. So right now, all your last three Darlington winners are all your last three Stage 2 winners. Okay, that is a really weird stat to have put up there on the screen. I thought that was your last three winners, but then I realized that no, Kozlowski won the race in May. So 7 laps to go in Stage 1. Alright, let's see again. Right now we're just kind of working our way through this one. There's just not much to talk about. Denny Hamlin just made a pass on William Byron for third. That'll help Denny Hamlin in terms of trying to fight back from this massive points battle. A little bit of contact there, but nothing... Alright, let's see. Let's see again. Right now, we're just trying to figure out if there's anything that can be done here. I mean, 6 laps to go. There's not a lot of optimism here. Alright, let's see. Alright, right now. And now Larson's trying to lap Daniel Suarez yet again, but Suarez once again seems to be too fast. Alright, let's see. Oh, man. Come on. Something. Honestly, I'd be okay with any real big change here. But, yeah, right now, Kyle Larson's just content to kind of ride in line here behind Suarez. I think Suarez isn't a lead lap car or threatening to take a race away. To take a race away. Oh, man. I am definitely tired. And this race has dragged on a lot longer than I think anyone really kind of wanted it to. Although it's only hit 2 hours. Wow, it feels like it's been longer than that. Probably because I've been streaming for what? How long have I been streaming for? I've been live for only about 2.5 hours. That's actually pretty impressive. I thought I was live for way longer than that. Alright, there we go. Alright, stage 1. Final lap is out for stage number 1. Or sorry, stage two. Stage two, final lap is out, and yeah, this is gonna be a nice, quick, and easy finish to the stage. Kyle Larson should have it. Alright, there we go. And there we go. Yep, Kyle Larson wins stage number 2 pretty effortlessly. Briscoe getting second place. Third is going to go to Denny Hamlin. Fourth, Byron. Fifth will be... Alright, then Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace rounding out your top 9. And in 10th place, it's going to be Brad Keselowski. Alright, there we go. And that is going to wrap up stage number 2. I'm going to go use the bathroom one more time, and I should be back. And I'll roll an ad while I'm gone. And we are back here, and we are ready for this one. Ready for the run to the end of this race. 137 laps to go. And let's see. Alright, let's see. So far tonight, Kyle Larson swept the stages in terms of points, and that is going to put himself only 5 points behind Reddick for the regular season championship, which means Reddick needs to finish within 5 positions of Kyle Larson without Kyle Larson winning. If Kyle Larson wins, Reddick needs to be second in order to hold on to that second place, or hang on to those 15 playoff points. Because there's a lot of playoff points available if you can win that regular season championship. It's not something that's talked about too often, but yeah, 15 playoff points available if you win the regular season title versus only 10 if you get second place in the regular season. A 9.4 there for Larson, a 9.2 for Hamlin. Let's see. Briscoe and Bell, what's it going to be? It's going to be a a 10.6 for Briscoe and a 9.6 for Bell. Some really slow pit stop times there. Hamlin jumping up a spot over Briscoe. Bubba gains a spot over Reddick, and everybody else stays put right where they are in terms of the positions on the track. And there we go. go. And we got a caution flag. Or, no, caution flag's still out. Never mind. I don't know why I thought that the race was already green. But no, the caution flag is still out. But Carson Hocevar being shown up in the top 5. Not sure if he stayed out or what happened there. I don't think he stayed out. I don't think anyone in their right mind was going to stay out at the end of that stage. Could also just be a graphical issue. Happens from time to time. Alright, let's see. Once again, we are just getting ready for another restart here and hopefully some exciting racing. We've been kind of pinned ever since Larson got to the lead because Larson has just dominated this race up to this point. Like, when Bubba was leading, it was fun because, well, one, we don't see him dominate nearly as frequently as we see the Hendrick Motorsports guys do it. But also, he really wasn't dominating. He was leading, but there were drivers close here. And there we go. One of the, they also just did a Powerball playoff winner there. Alright, there we go. So right now we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to end up happening here. Alright, there's Jimmy Johnson in the number 43 pit. There we go. Gotta love seeing Jimmy Johnson at the track. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's see. Where's Kyle Busch going to be restarting? That's what I want to know. Kyle Busch starting in 12th here. Alright, come on. Kyle Busch starting up inside the top 12. Oh, man. Let's say these stage breaks definitely are taking a bit while they go and talk to Jimmy. And yeah, we should be hopefully ready to go back racing here soon. And they are getting lined up and ready to go back racing. Here we go. Let's see. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe on that front row as they get ready to go. Green, green, green. Green flags out. We are racing once again here in Darlington. And some wiggles out the cars there. We saw that last night in the Xfinity Series race. led to some drama and a restart review. And there we go. Chase Briscoe. Oh, is Briscoe about to take the lead? Chase Briscoe might be about to take this race lead here. Right now, Larson trying to keep it as tight as possible. But all the way through the corner, Briscoe was right there. Any moment, potentially Briscoe could have gained that kind of burst of speed that we end up seeing on the bottom. But there we go. Around the top goes Larson, and there's the normal speed at the very top of the racetrack that we usually expect to see. Alright, there we go. Alright. And right now we're just we're kind of waiting to see what that battle for what all these. Oh, whoa! Okay, Christopher Bell dropped a ton of spots there. He nearly Christopher Bell nearly wrecked there further back. All right, and that puts it Chris Buescher in by 6. Bubba Wallace needs to gain all the way back up to 6th. He needs to gain 6 points, which is 6 positions on the racetrack. So he would need to essentially be in what I think would be 2nd place for him to get the playoff spot over. Alright, so yeah, right now we're actually making some pretty good time, though. I mean, closing in on 100 laps to go here in this race. Kyle Larson, though, again, whenever he gets to the front, the worry is that he's just going to end up taking off and leaving everybody else behind. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Come on. The battle between Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell. I mean, at this point, this has got to be the thing where Christopher Bell has basically got to be coaching his teammate, because you kind of want to help both of you make it through the field, but the problem is, like, half the field in front of you is teammates. Alright, there we go. And Kyle Busch up into the top 10. There we go. Kyle Busch, a top 10 driver right now. Let's go. So yeah, right now though, Kyle Busch, he's only 5 seconds behind the lead. That's pretty close. But Buescher gains a spot, and that's going to make that even harder. In fact, I think right now, if Buescher finishes right where he's at, I think it's a must-win for Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace had so much promise early on in this race. He was leading the race. Then he had the points to potentially hang on to the playoff spot while hanging on to the runner-up finish. Now he's back in 8th place, and the playoffs look like a potentially a fantasy here. Alright, there we go. just kind of waiting and waiting to see if Briscoe's actually going to be able to pull a move this time, or if he's just going to watch Larson kind of fade away like he has the last couple of times. But yeah, this race is definitely feeling like it's pretty well closing in on over for anyone not named Kyle Larson. Man, again, gotta love responding to idiots online. And let's see, what do we got? Again, right now, Kyle Larson's just doing the same thing he's done the last, 2 or 3 times. Stays close on the very short run. In fact, Briscoe at times he looks like the better driver on the short run. And then just Larson, as the run gets to 10, 15, 20 laps, Larson takes off and leaves them behind as they go into the final stage. Man, I'm not sure this race is gonna get over within an hour. I mean, I really am starting to also get pretty hungry. Let's see, they got an ad going on right now, so that gives me a chance to go ahead and read some chat if anyone's actually hanging out in chat or if everybody's just kind of lurking. Alright, here we go. Man, again, I'm just really tired. It's been a long day. Hell, wish that would be up inside the top 10. Does make this a little bit more interesting. We're back from commercial break, and they're showing the highlights of Martin Truex Jr. coming down pit road after he got the damage. But Martin Truex Jr. has guaranteed his spot. There we go. MTJ, based on the based on the stage points available, he came in with a big gap. He is guaranteed to advance. There we go. So even though the points as they run are pretty bad, he is going to be in the playoffs for the final season of his career. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. There we go. That's the feel-good story. Now, let's get Kyle Busch into the playoffs. That's the next feel-good story. Come on. So now it's Ty Gibbs, 38 points above. You can pretty close to lock that one in. Obviously, he can't afford a DNF the same way that Truex did, but if he just hangs on in the back half of the top 10, he does not need to light the world on fire tonight. Then you've got Bubba Wallace and Buescher, who are basically neck and neck, and Bubba will need to fight for every point he can get and hope that Buescher falls back just that little bit. Alright, and here we go. Let's see. What did SVG do here? Oh, yeah, SVG just slamming the 42 up into the fence as he got too low on the racetrack and the car bobbled underneath him. But, yeah, that's definitely something that just being new to the racetrack does for you, which obviously SVG is not new to racing, but he's new to this racetrack specifically. He raced the Xfinity race yesterday, and that was his one and only experience at Darlington, I believe, prior to this. Actually, no, the Xfinity Series ran there earlier this year, so he's gotten 2 races there. Still, that's a lot less starts at Darlington than most of the rest of this field. When most of them have raced at Darlington 5, 6, 7, 8 times at the Cup level even. Like some of these guys have double-digit Cup starts here. Let alone Xfinity or truck starts combined. Alright, so yeah, we're still just over 100 laps to go. That is just insane to think that we are still not even to 100 laps to go in this one. Oh, man. It is getting late. I know tomorrow's a holiday for most people, but for me, it is not. So, here we go. And with the storm lightning in the area, too, that is not giving a ton of hope there. So there you go. Best average finishes at Darlington all time. Denny Hamlin, the best driver in terms of average finish at Darlington. 24 starts at Darlington, and he's got an average finish of 8.3. Bill Elliott, Herb Thomas, and Nelson Stacy are all right behind him, and then you have to go below that to find the next couple of guys with Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski, who are both in the double digits on average finish. Alright, come on, let's see. And they're going to go to commercial break just before we get 100 laps to go. It is going to be a side-by-side commercial, so at least we're not missing out too much there. Alright, let's see. let's see. There is supposedly lightning in the area still, so let's see. Anything I can get on the actual forecast app, or is it just gonna be word of mouth from the guy at the track? Okay, 45% chance of precipitation tonight, and it's almost certainly gonna rain in the really early morning. But yeah, right now though it's only a 45% chance of rain, which that's not great, but we've seen worse odds. But yeah, I'm really hoping we don't see any. If we get a lightning strike at this point, I hope that they just call the race. I mean, as unfortunate as I think it would be to some extent, I just think that at this point the race is just so late. And especially for someone who has to be up in about. Has to be up for work here early too. Alright, well, welcome on everybody. We got 10 people hanging out in chat. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're just hanging out. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Let's see. Not much really going on here. Someone to the back. Okay, who was that to the back bumper of Briscoe? So that's the problem with the different paint schemes and stuff. It's hard to tell whose nose is whose. I think that's Denny Hamlin's car getting on the back bumper of Briscoe. And oh, we got our first pit stop of the first wave of green flag stops there. It's Keselowski and it's Chastain. Harrison Burton also down on pit road as well. 9-second stop there for Keselowski. Very quick stop for Keselowski. Kaz Grala joins the fray on pit road. Alright, let's see again. Right now, 97 laps to go. And again, they got to make sure that they can make it on fuel here. I think ideally you pit here and then you'll pit again in about 30 laps, and then that should be enough to make it to the checkers. But that, I think, is just a theory. I don't think that that's backed up by any actual data that we've seen, but I also would have to go back and count every lap, which I'm not exactly keen on doing right now. I trust these race teams. They've got predictive software to know when cautions are potentially going to come out and stuff. Alright, here we go. Come on. Is Kyle Busch going to stay out again? Or is he going to pit at a reasonable time like the rest of his fellow top 10 drivers? Because that's been the thing. Kyle Busch the last couple of times has pitted really late in the cycle, but I assume that was partially due to the fact that he was so far back in the race that he pretty much needed to. Alright, Larson, Briscoe on pit road. Briscoe with a really quick stop there, a 9.2. Larson a 9.4, so Briscoe slightly faster, but not going to matter because Larson had the gap coming in. And, oh wait, no, was that not Briscoe? I thought Briscoe was on pit road very same time. No, I guess Briscoe is didn't pit at the exact same time as Larson. Alright, let's see. Cindric, Bowman, both on pit road right now. An 8.6 for... Oh, whoop. And what looked like it was going to be an 8-second stop has turned into something way more for Bowman as it goes 17.8 on Bowman's pit stop. That is a really long stop there. Alright. I'm going to say, the battle between, come on. The battle between Briscoe and Larson's going to be tight. Then you've got the battle between the different Toyota drivers. Bell, Wallace, Hamlin, Truex. Although Truex isn't out there. Alright, let's see again. Right now we're just kind of waiting this one out. We got a pretty good race going, though. Chris Buescher with a slow stop there. 12.2 there for Chris Buescher. That's going to hurt him a bit. And right now, in his situation, he can't afford to hurt any. He needs to be keeping that pressure on Bubba Wallace, which, as of right now, Bubba Wallace up on the top side of the top 5. Obviously, he and the other Toyotas haven't come to pit road yet for a final time. Some drivers might even be trying to stretch it so they can make the entire final stint here on one stop. Alright, here we go. Here comes Hamlin and Byron to pit road. Alright, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, John Hunter Nemechek on pit road right now. Barry comes down pit road. Bubba Wallace stays out. Christopher Bell stays out. Todd Gilliland stays out. Kyle Busch stays out. And they are, again, these drivers, they're looking for a yellow flag to try and to even up the score. If we get a caution flag, could potentially change the entire thing. Problem is we haven't seen a caution for contact aside from the crash on lap 3 with Truex and Blaney. That legitimately is the only caution for contact we've had, and here comes literally everybody that hasn't pit yet. Alright, let's see what's it gonna be. You have Bubba Wallace, Bell. Again, pretty much everybody on pit road, even Gilliland at this point. Hocevar on pit road. And yep, there we go. Kyle Busch comes to pit road, and that cycles it back around the lead. Larson, Briscoe, Gibbs, the top 3. Now the real question is how many spots can Kyle Busch gain back with fresh tires, because he's coming out a bit. He's lost a bit of spots due to the old tires. Alright, let's see. And now we're going to a commercial break. Is this one going to be full screen, or is this going to be a side-by-side as well? Side-by-side as well. Alright, let's go. Alright, man. So, green flag cycle of pit stops is over, and now we got Kyle Busch going to be rallying from the middle of the field. Same thing with Bell and alright, come on, man. It's just so late. Whew. Oh, man. let's see. Josh Berry up into 11th. Again, I'm just curious where these guys who pitted late are going to end up cycling out. Like, guys like Bell, Kyle Busch, back in 17th again. Are you kidding me? Like, we fought all day to try and get into the top 10 just to end up back in 17th. I mean, I know we are on fresh tires and we can try and run back up. We shouldn't have to try and run back through the field every single caution. Alright, come on, let's see. Kyle Larson, he's got the 77 of Carson Hocevar all over his rear bumper. Hocevar trying to unlap himself. Kyle Larson can't really afford to tangle with any of these guys while they're unlapping themselves. If he does that, then he might end up out the race himself. So that's Hocevar unlapping himself. That is 19th place unlapping himself. I mean, I know Kyle's going to pull through on speed to try and move back forward, but you really needed to pick up right where you left off inside the top 10. Not lose 5 spots and have to fight them all back and spend 80 laps trying to get those 5 spots back, because it took you about 80 laps to get there. Alright, let's see. Chastain with that really early pit stop. He and Keselowski both way up the grid in terms of positions. Chastain up to 5th. Keselowski to 7th. That could be exactly what those two guys needed. But the big thing they need right now is a caution flag before their old tires start to make them feel like they're really old. Alright, let's see. Again, so far, Chastain hasn't earned a single stage point tonight. And even while running inside the top 5, he is 19 points out. He is essentially a must-win. In fact, at this point, I would pretty much stamp him a must-win until we see a caution flag for Buescher or Bubba. I think unless we see a caution flag for one of those two, I think we can basically count Chastain as a winning in. Or as a must-win driver. And if we do see that, then that would just make that cut line battle essentially nothing, because Ty Gibbs has the ownership of the team. Alright, there we go. And again, right now, Larson's working his way around this track. He's got a 4-second lead. Come on, man. Again, this is just one of those things where, I mean, it's an old school beatdown, and every once in a while we do need it, but man, is it not exactly the most intense. Alright, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin. Both of those guys have kind of gotten cut off from the rest of their Toyota friends. Alright, come on, man. 75 laps to go, and I know it's a long way to go, but it's also a long way for Kyle Busch to try and recover. Alright, man, I am so tired right now. Oh, man. Whew. Man. Alright, let's see. So, again, Chastain hanging on to a top 10, but again, I don't see it lasting. Alright, come on. Kyle Busch there we go. Kyle Busch is starting to climb through the field. That's what we need to see. We need to see Kyle Busch making gains, and preferably a little bit quicker than he has been, because he is losing ground on the field every time around. We do not have a whole lot of time left in this race. And I say we're about to start lap 300 here in about a minute, which is not going to leave a lot of room for comebacks here. Alright, there we go. Go. And back from commercial break, and let's see where we are. Again, Kyle Larson with an over 5-second lead. And he has the regular season championship right now by 4 points. Reddick would need, again, to finish second. If Larson is going to win this race, Reddick would need to finish second, and I believe that would lead them to tie in points. And I think the tie break comes down to, I don't even know what the tie break is, actually. Normally it would be number of wins, but I think that with Larson's win tonight, that would tie him and Reddick for it. I mean, honestly, I'd probably give the tie break to the guy who missed a full race and is still contending for the regular season title. But, here comes Denny Hamlin on the back of Chris Buescher, going to try and take the spot away from him. Alright, let's see. What's it going to end up being here? Alright, and right now we're just kind of... So, again, yep. People in other chats are just finding out that Truex has made the playoffs, but yep, Truex is locked in to the playoffs. He's earned enough points. He's done enough. He will be a part of the 16 driver playoff here, starting next week in Atlanta. And here we go. Let's see. Denny Hamlin takes over second for Chase Briscoe, and there we go. Denny Hamlin versus Kyle Larson battle for the lead. That's a lot more interesting than Briscoe, because we've seen Briscoe fail to keep up with Larson on 3 or 4 straight runs here. Just not able to keep it going. He'll get close, and then he'll just trail off in the second half of the run. Basically wants to get past about 10-15 laps. And where these runs are going longer and longer, making it even harder to keep up. So the NASCAR playoffs start next week at Atlanta, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And let's see, what's it going to be? Alright, let's see again. Right now we're just kind of waiting through this one. Chastain and Keselowski will start to slip further back. Kyle Busch still stuck in 16th place. Come on. Yeah, Kyle Busch is going to miss the playoffs, I think. There's no way we're winning this one at this point. Not without a big upset when it comes to the style of race that we've seen tonight. Because so far tonight, we've only seen the one caution for contact back on lap 3. We are now we've now completed 303 laps. So it's been over 300 laps since the last caution for contact. And it looks like we may be keeping it that way for the remaining 64 of them as well. Alright, there we go. Come on, man. So yeah, laps led tonight. Oh, wow. Kyle Larson has exceeded 1,000 laps on the season, and that's again without running the 400 lap race at Charlotte. So Larson is absolutely on fire this season, and maybe looking at a second championship here sooner than we thought, which would be the quickest we've seen for a back-to-back, or the closest we've seen to a back-to-back champion in a while. Because we haven't seen a driver actually win 2 titles this close to each other so far. Alright, Buescher and Bubba are only 4 points apart, so Bubba would need to finish 5th as of right now with Buescher's current spot, or Buescher would need to fall back another 4 spots. And then they would fall into a tie break. 5 points back would be Buescher out of the race. So that is going to be the intense part about this. We're going to have to wait and see. Alright, so yeah, once again, just Kyle Busch is not able to do a whole lot in terms of actually running back up through the field. I mean, he and Buescher are right now running 15th and 16th. It's just not a lot of real room gain. And without a caution flag, I don't really see how Kyle would ever gain the time he needs at this point. Bubba Wallace trying to make a pass here on Chastain. There we go. Bubba Wallace up to 7th. Now only 2 points away from the playoffs for Bubba Wallace. Meanwhile, Chris Buescher hangs on to a 2-point. Yeah. Let's say right now, Buescher still has the 2-point lead. Bubba Wallace needs to find 2 points on the racetrack. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's see again. Right now, there's just not a... I'm going to say again, the battle for the playoffs is about to start getting heated up here. Bubba Wallace trying to find 2 spots on the racetrack where he can gain spot points. And if Buescher misses out on the playoffs, I think he's going to think real hard about how he races people going forward, because first off, there was the Darlington race where he got spun out by Tyler Reddick, and he informed him that he was not happy with the result of that one. And now we head into there we go. Alright, I mean, right now, again, we're just trying to make it through this race at this point, because it is so late, so tired, and we're just trying to make it through. And it doesn't help that Larson is, again, just putting an old-fashioned beat down on the field at this time of night. Alright, well, Denny Hamlin is chunking into Kyle Larson's lead here. Only 2.5 seconds back. 2.5, 2 3/4. They're keeping it somewhat close. They're trying their best, at least. And, we got a spin off of turn 4. Uh-oh. Spin off of turn 4. Who's it going to be? Got friends at the racetracks, so they're seeing stuff. I've got TV stream time delay. Wonder what the spin's going to be. I'm not seeing yellow for anything yet. Alright, so yeah, here we go. Alright, so let's see. And nope, yep, there it is. There's the spin, and it's Carson Hocevar, and it brings out a caution flag. We got a yellow. We have got ourselves a yellow, and that just energized this race. Let's go. Alright, that just energized this race. We got ourselves a caution flag. Carson Hocevar goes for a spin. Looks fairly harmless as he's back in the pace field. No flat tires. No direct need to go down pit road for anything. So he looks pretty good. And Kyle Busch had made his way back up to 13th. I think Kyle wanted that race to go a little bit further back, but yeah, that's going to be a pretty well-timed caution for Keselowski and Ross the boss. All right, so let's see. Let's see. So yeah, it's just a nice harmless self-spin. No real damage done, which is very good there. Just lost some rear grip. And now we got ourselves a caution flag, and we're going to bunch the field back up together and get ready to go and do it again. Alright, which means Kyle Larson is going to have a choice to make. Does he pit, or does he stay out? Alright, let's see. Again, right now, 52 laps to go. We're working our way through this one, but man, it has been a long race. And this caution, the first caution in legitimately 312 laps. Alright, there we go. Talking about managing tires here. Pit stops. We could potentially be seeing some yellow flag pit stops, which is going to magnify the importance of making sure you get on and off pit road good here. Alright, let's see. And here we go. Kyle Larson hits his pit stall. Byron, Hamlin, and Briscoe are the other three drivers they're following along with. Let's see. What's it going to be for a pit stop time here? Kyle Larson, 9.2. Let's see. What's it going to be? Who's going to be next? Hamlin, Byron. Hamlin, Byron. Hamlin, Byron. It's going to be Byron. Byron gets out there first. 9.8 for Hamlin. There we go. That's a nice pit stop there. But here we go. Coming out the... Alright, let's see. Again, right now we're just kind of waiting for this one to get ready for the restart, because this race has been long. And we still got a decent chunk of the race to go. Again, over 50 laps to go, and at over 30 seconds a lap. It's going to be a long one. I'm going to go ahead and run a quick ad, and I'm going to go see if I can find something to eat, because I have not had something since lunch, which was at like 9 a.m. Alright, we are back, and we should be getting ready for the restart here. Comes down to, alright, best finish of the season, so Buescher has tie break no matter what. Unless Bubba wins, which then tie breaks don't matter at that point anyway. So it's going to come down to a race here. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We're back to racing, and here we go. Hamlin versus Larson. Denny versus Kyle. We've seen this battle a lot before. These two drivers have dueled it out for many wins over the last 3-4 years. And Kyle Larson wins the battle off the top line here. 47 laps to go, and they have got themselves back in position for another classic duel. Now, Briscoe's right there too, but we've seen he can stay close on the short run, but really on the long run, he fades really quick. Meanwhile, you see the drivers of the 11 and the 5, we've seen them both be pretty good on the long run. We'll have to wait and see exactly where they end up finishing here. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be a question mark here. So, Buescher up 3 points over... Buescher's up 3 points over Bubba Wallace here on this restart, but then he loses a spot here to Todd Gilliland, oh no! Todd Gilliland gets spun! Todd Gilliland goes around, and that's going to be another caution here. He just gets spun out by Buescher. I think Buescher was potentially, I don't know if he was worried that he was going to lose a spot or what was going on there, but yeah, Buescher just turns Gilliland here. All right, let's see. Gilliland in on the bottom, all the way at the bottom, and then just, oh, no, actually, I think that was just Gilliland. I think Gilliland just shoved the 17 all the way up into the wall, essentially just walled the 17 there. 38 goes around, and that's going to be, the 38 just shoved the 17 into the fence, and the 17 was just turning down to try and get off the wall to try and avoid destroying his own race car anymore, and ended up taking the 38 out. Looked a lot worse than it really is when you would take a second to look at the actual crash. Because by no means did that look like a good situation there. Alright, there we go. But yeah, I would be shocked if Buescher doesn't, come down to the pits to, potentially inspect the tires, but I don't know. Alright, let's see. Gotta go ahead and grab some food here. Just needed something. Alright, let's see. Ty Gibbs up in the top 5. There we go. Kyle Busch up in the top 10. Alright, here they go. Coming down pit road. And yep, Buescher's coming down. Just going to change tires out of an abundance of safety. They'll have some short run tires, though, if they do run out of stickers. And that's going to be the positive here. Not to mention he gets about 3-4 lap fresher tires. All right, here we go. So, Todd Gillen being shown in 20th, that's definitely not going to be where he restarts. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how Kyle Busch, though, handles this top 10 restart. Because if he can really... Because the way the speed he's showing late in this race, he could be a contender. But he needs to... He is in a must win. There is no other option when it comes to winning for him. Alright, here we go. So right now, Buescher holds a 3-point advantage over Bubba Wallace. Bubba's got to find 3 spots. So Byron, Barry, Gibbs. He would need to get to 4th. Bubba Wallace would need to get into the top 4. And here we go. Let's see. Alright. And they're talking with Michael Jordan down here on pit road here. And let's see. Again, it's going to be a Denny Hamlin versus Kyle Larson fight at the front. If they end up wrecking each other, we could end up seeing a really different race here. We could, because if those two get into each other, Briscoe's right there to take the win, or Gibbs, or Barry. 3 drivers who haven't won yet this year. Obviously, Ty Gibbs already above the cut line wouldn't shake things up too much. Briscoe or Barry, though, their only shot to the playoffs is going to be finding a way around the 5 and 11 cars. Alright, there we go. But yeah, we're having a pretty good time here. Let's go ahead and see. What do we got? So here's the real question is, what do you do here? How do you best help Bubba? If you're on Bubba's radio, how do you help a guy like this? Because we know he's a very emotional guy. Do you try and help mellow him out? Do you hype him up? Do you matter of fact it? Do you let him completely not know the situation? Because I don't think not telling him anything, I think, is the wrong call. Because if he misses it out and it's like, why didn't you tell me we weren't good? I think being very matter-of-fact, I think, is the way to go with Bubba at this point. Especially in race. Be like, okay, we need 4th or better. Now, and here we go. Getting ready, pace cars off. Field in the hands of the 5 and 11 cars here. Off of turn number 4. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. And here we go. It's going to be Kyle Larson going to try and take the lead. Denny Hamlin in the 11 going to try and hang tough on the inside line. Not going to be able to hang it all the way up there, though. Second car on that outside line also going to be able to get by going to be able to get by Denny Hamlin, but he actually smacked the fence, it looked like, pretty decently there. But yeah, still a side-by-side battle between Denny Hamlin and Briscoe. Briscoe going to be able to take the lead here on this one. Again, we've said this on the last like 3 restarts at this point. Briscoe's good on the short run and right after pit stops. He really has a rough time when it comes to whatchamacallit, when it comes to the long run, when once a run lasts for 5-10 laps. And here we go. Kyle Busch now breathing down the neck of Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace losing spots. He cannot be affording these spots, especially not if Chris Buescher is going to stay where he's at. Now, if you have a deal with like Reddick to drop back and take Buescher out, then sure, there's a possibility that you could advance to the playoffs while finishing 9th. But I would not count on that if I'm the driver of the 23. But there we go. Kyle Busch goes up, passes him, and he is now on to he's on to 8th, and he's looking for 7th here. So Bubba Wallace now needs to find 7 points, and Bubba's fading. Bubba is fading here. It looks like. And there we go. Let's see. What's it going to be here? Chris Buescher, 3 wide and 2 cars past Buescher on the inside there. And that's going to hurt him in terms of the points gap there. That's going to drop him to 6 points back. And now he's fluttering between 6 and 8 points back here, just based on cars passing him. But Buescher's car is definitely not as undefeated as it looked earlier. And then, man, I am messing up my words here. But, yeah, right now, though, Bubba Wallace definitely looking like the better driver right now. And Briscoe actually keeping it close right now with Larson so far. I'm just curious if he's going to be able to hang tough with him on the long run. Has he made any adjustments that will actually help on that long run that we really haven't seen from that car? So far, again, your first couple of laps are going pretty well. I just question, again, the pit strategy and the potential adjustments to being too tight or too loose. Now, those adjustments are usually pretty minor comparatively. There we go. Kyle Busch is all the way up into the 6th position. He is just flying here. And yeah, right now though, Bubba Wallace just need to mellow him out at this point. Like, dude, chill. We need to relax. We need to get 8 points, but we need to relax here. Your 2/10 or whatever is causing you to lose all these points positions right now. I mean, you're losing spot after spot, and it's not helping the already 8 points that you need to gain. So yeah, I don't think Bubba gets through this one, not without a Chris Buescher wreck, which could happen. It happened here in the spring when he was leading. But there we go. Bubba Wallace has another 2 guys underneath him now. You've got the 3 of the RCR Chevy and another Chevy going through. Alright, so yeah, again, right now, Briscoe's keeping it close to Larson, and, oh, man, Chastain and Buescher, and oh, we got a caution! Caution flag is out! And it's for the 77 car yet again, and his car is destroyed! What happened? 77 car, I mean, we knew he had the single car spin a few minutes ago, but now he's got a major crash ahead of him. But yep, here we go. So again, we're under caution, and these types of breaks here are exactly what Briscoe wants to try and bunch himself up with Larson. Because again, Larson on the long run has been able to stretch it. these kinds of short stints help Briscoe, one, not get too far behind Larson, give him more shots at him, and potentially if you can pass him. We haven't seen what happens if Briscoe actually beats Larson on a restart here. We've only seen him stay close. Man, there's a bug flying around the room. Didn't get him. But, yeah. Again, yeah, that was a crazy wreck there. I have no idea what happened, but that's going to almost certainly be the end of Hocevar's day and essentially the end of his season because, yeah, while he'll still get to race in the playoff races, you certainly wanted something a little bit more there. Alright, here we go. And now we're going to be getting ready. It looks like everybody's getting ready for some pit stops here. This could be the time. Alright, this is how you mellow out Bubba. Right now, just bring it down pit road like you always do. Don't speed. We're going to gain you 10 spots. Now, is there any shot you actually gain 10 spots on pit road? Probably not. But being able to tell him that with some level of confidence, like, hey, right now, this is on us to try and gain you track position throughout the next 2-3 minutes. Just do what you do best, and it should come to you. And here we go. Everybody's coming down pit road. Everybody's coming down pit road. No, not everybody. Chastain stays out. Chastain stays out to take the lead. Chastain just stayed out to take the lead here. And Chastain is going to take the lead of this race as he pulls off of pit road. 11.2 for Buescher, 9.6 Larson. Briscoe just now getting to his pit stall. We're going to have to wait and see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bubba just hit his pit stall. 8, 9, 9.6 for Chase Briscoe, the same as Larson. And he comes out behind Larson. Bubba Wallace with a, I didn't get a chance to see his pit stop time, but there we go. Ty Gibbs gaining 2 spots. Kyle Busch and Bell both losing 1. Austin Dillon gaining 3 spots. Priest losing 2. And Barry gaining 1. Alright, not a bad set of pit stops there. Getting ready for this one. We got a long way to go here. There we go. Finally caught the fly there. And we are ready to go racing once again here. So again, Chastain stayed out to take the lead of the race in that retro Busch beer car. I mean, that is a cool looking car. If that car could go to victory lane, as much as I would be disappointed as a Kyle Busch fan that, yep, all my drivers missed the playoffs. Kyle Busch, McDowell, Stenhouse, all 3 of them missed. To know that, hey, at least a cool car won, that's good for me. I would much rather it be a cool car with Kyle Busch driving it, but Kyle doesn't have a cool car this year. Or not this race at least. That Morgan car or whatever is, not great. Alright, let's see. So, Bubba knows the goal at hand. Goal at hand is to try and win the race. But, again, you gotta keep it in perspective. If you get in position to be like, hey, we've got enough points, we're good, just breathe. At least that would be my coaching strategy here for trying to coach up a driver who we know has struggled with high emotions in the past. I mean, look at the impassioned retaliation that he had against Kyle Larson at Vegas 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly is not something that we've seen, as I say, we know he has that as an issue, so if we can try and coach that away, so just be like, hey, just focus on passing cars. Don't worry about where he's at. We'll let you know if you're in a position where you can ride. But right now, we just need you passing cars until we say so. I think, again, that I think might be the thing for him. Just one note. Just keep passing cars till we tell you we're good. And then we'll see you in victory lane. That way you have minimal communication. You're not constantly stressing him out. And you still give him a definitive, hey, we will come on the radio when we get to a point where we're good. But until then, just keep driving it as hard as you can. And there we go. On the choose, we had Chastain, Briscoe, and Kyle Busch all going to the outside line here. So 3 drivers who have yet to win this year, all in that top line. Chastain, Briscoe, and Busch also all currently on the outside looking in at the playoffs, and are all basically must-wins here. So there we go. Chastain, with Chastain as the leader, the points go out the window for Buescher and Bubba, as Ty Gibbs would be 37 points above. And Ty Gibbs being 37 points above, there is very much, barring a Ty Gibbs wreck, you're not going to see him lose 40 points or 37 points at this point in the race. I mean, you could essentially lock Gibbs into the playoffs, but it's one of those things that any little wreck could potentially set something off, but here we go. And it's going to be green flags out. We're back to racing. Come on. And sorry, that was Ty Gibbs in the outside line, not Briscoe in the outside line behind Chastain. And here we go. Let's see. Briscoe going to try and get up in line ahead of Kyle Busch. Yep, he jumps up to the top line. No, he's going to dive bottom. Bottom of 3 wide here. Briscoe all the way to the bottom. Bottom for the lead. He's going to take the lead here. Briscoe. Chase Briscoe to the race lead with 25 laps to go. And he just made that happen. I said he'd been one of the best drivers on restarts all night long. The problem for him has been maintaining that speed on long runs. The Kyle and Kyle show for second here. Kyle Busch in third. Kyle Larson in second. Chase Briscoe out ahead. And we, again, as I said, we haven't seen what happens if Briscoe gets that clean air and the track position. Does he maybe not fall off the same way he did when he was in second place there? Do we even get to see it? No, we're not going to get to see it. I am sorry. Oh, no, Bubba! No, Bubba's in the middle of it. Bubba's in the wreck. No, Bubba's in the wreck. Byron's got a fender torn off. The Bass Pro Shops car, I'm assuming that's Austin Dillon, that's torn up. And the 4 car of... but no, Bubba's still driving. Bubba is still driving it. Okay, and that was actually Noah Gregson I saw in the Bass Pro Shops car. But Bubba is still able to drive it. How badly is he damaged? And does it really matter if it's going to be a Briscoe versus Kyle Busch fight for the win? But, man, this race has turned from an old school beat down there from Kyle Larson to now one of the kind of your new gen, I guess you could say, or your modern day, duels for the finish, because it's not going to be an easy fight. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. And again, so the 4 car went up the middle of 3 wide. Denny drifted up the track just a little bit and just chaos behind. But I said it. The only way that doesn't become a points factor for Ty Gibbs is if he's involved in a wreck. Guess who was involved in the wreck? Yep, Ty Gibbs. Yeah, Suarez also involved. A couple other drivers I'm kind of seeing now as they are piling in. But yeah, yep, they all just kind of piled in there at the very last second. And Bubba Wallace had no real where to go when the Tenna Gregson kind of ran into the back of him, and that's what led to the damage there for Bubba. And let's see. Alright, there we go. And we are all set and ready for this one. Let's go ahead and see. Kyle has a chance. That's the biggest thing here for me as a Kyle Busch fan. Obviously, I'm bummed for Bubba Wallace. I don't know if it's going to matter, though, because I think we've got a lot of drivers at the front of the field that need wins to get in. Briscoe, Kyle Busch, Chastain. Any of those three win, and Bubba's out anyway, regardless of points. Ryan Preece, a little further back. If he wins, Bubba's out. Buescher, if he wins, Bubba's out. Alright, there we go. Alright, but yeah, I can't believe Briscoe went and made that pass there. That was insanity that he was able to make that work. And now he's got the lead, and he has been the king of short runs. Been able to hang right there with Kyle Larson and finally found the room to try and go for it. And we're pitting. Are you kidding me? Kyle Busch coming to pit road. Kyle Busch. Oh, please do not get a pit penalty right now. That is the last thing we really need to be doing is putting this race in the hands of a penalty. Alright, let's see. Come on. Let's see. Is it going to be a Kyle Busch good pit stop? There we go. We got... Oh, and Bubba Wallace nearly just ran into Kyle Busch on pit road. Alright, there we go. 20 laps to go. 20 more times around. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. And again, right now with Briscoe as the leader, points essentially don't... actually, points might matter here. Because right now, Ty Gibbs only 13 points above the cut line, and he's not safe. He's not safe on points. let's see. So, yep, the notable winless streaks. You've got Justin Haley, 130 races since his last win. Briscoe and Kyle Busch, the two we're looking at, 93 races since his last win, and 46 for Kyle Busch. Those are the two in play right now. Although Ryan Preece has an indefinite amount because he's never won a cup race in his career. And he's starting in the 4th position. Yeah, Keselowski's on a... no, Keselowski won earlier this year. I was going to say, he snapped a long streak earlier this year. Kyle Busch restarting 9th on fresh rubber. Alright, Kyle Busch starting on fresh rubber in 9th place. Let's go. Come on. Only a 15-point gap between where Gibbs is and where Buescher is. So, let's see. It's going to be a interesting one, that's for sure. Alright, I am starting to wonder, really, if these points are even updating here. Because I would imagine that Ty Gibbs is jumped up, or has fallen down here. I gotta just see where Gibbs is in points here. Alright, so Briscoe's on the outside. Preece lines up behind Larson on the top line. Or on the inside line, I mean. So, yep, there we go. Preferred line. Corley Joy is in the top 10. What? Alright, well. Alright, let's go ahead and see. Points as they run. Where is Ty Gibbs in compared to... Okay, so they're still showing Ty Gibbs as way above MTJ. And if he's above MTJ, he should be safe. But here we go, getting ready for the restart. Lights are off in the pace car. Pace car pulls off, leaving the field in the hands of Briscoe and Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell on the top line in behind Briscoe here. They're getting ready to restart. These guys are on old tires here. First guys on new tires are in row 4 with Kyle Busch and Joey Logano here. Green flags out. We're back to racing. And there we go. Kyle Busch making it 3 wide on the bottom here of Brad Keselowski. And he's going all the way to the bottom. He's trying to make some moves here. And all the way up into 5th to 4th for Kyle Busch. He is trying to make it happen. 17 laps to go. And he's got to make some hay here quick. Because he knows he's got fresh rubber. And it's only going to be good for about 5 laps. So there we go. He's up to 4th here. Briscoe gets off, no problem. Bell to 2nd. Kyle Busch passing Kyle Larson for 3rd. That fresh rubber for Kyle Busch. Can Kyle make it back to the playoffs here? Come on. Let's see. Kyle Busch looking to the inside on former teammate there, Christopher Bell, and former Kyle Busch Motorsports employee there too. But here we go. Kyle Busch to 2nd. Kyle Busch right where he was on the last lap at Daytona. Now just 1 spot left to go. Kyle Busch versus Chase Briscoe. It's down to and for Ty Gibbs, he's basically got to be thinking, okay, I got to be good enough in points to survive a surprise win here. And right now, Kyle Busch has to hope that Briscoe's expertise on these restarts does not trump the advantage of new tires. Busch has brand new tires. Briscoe's tires have been through 2 or 3 restarts at this point. 14 laps to go. These tires are going to start to slow down here any moment. And the speed drop-off will be notable here. Let's see. Coming off the corner. not really seeing a massive amount of run for Kyle Busch. I think if you're Kyle, you've got to try something. And I would say, yep, right there, going right to the top line. You got to try something around that top or something, because you're 6/10 back here. You need to get there. 13 laps to go. Imagine if an RCR car does get to victory lane and it's not going to be Austin Dillon and hopefully not in Austin Dillon fashion, because I don't want to be arguing that Kyle Busch should be getting a penalty after this race the way I was with Austin Dillon. 12 laps to go here. Come on, Kyle. Kyle Busch. Come on. All you have to do is make it a couple more laps around here. So, here we go. Come on. 12 laps to go. Alright. Kyle Busch. Come on. 11 laps to go here. Just trying to stay close. If you can stay close enough to Briscoe, all you need is one mistake from Briscoe or his tires to just start to age. Last time around, you were Kyle Busch was 1/10 faster last lap than the leader. And here we go. He is going to catch him. He's going to be right on his bumper here in about 2 laps. 10 laps to go right now. 10 more times around. What will Kyle Busch do when he gets to the back bumper of Briscoe? Oh, man, come on. Let's go. Kyle Busch has a shot in the 11th hour to go and send himself from outside the playoffs in a must-win situation into the playoffs. Briscoe trying to do the same thing. Both these drivers trying to win their way to the big dance. What are the odds that they end up taking each other out here while trying to race for the win, and the win ends up going to someone like Bell or Larson again? Buescher doing an absolutely amazing job all the way up into the 5th position on points right now. I just don't know how you do much better than that. He's doing as good as he can. The question is, where's Ty Gibbs at? They're showing him 12 points above the cut line. But they're almost acting as if Buescher and Wallace have no shot without with a new winner. And if it's only 12 points, that's definitely close. But here we go. Let's see. Kyle Busch, again, he's a 2-time Cup champion, 63 wins at this point. Okay, so Ty Gibbs is actually right there. There he is. But yet Ty Gibbs is going to try and get out to try and at least protect the 12 points that he has over the cut line here. But Kyle Busch, he's tried to run run down Briscoe here, and it's going to come down to 7 laps to go. Kyle Busch needs to find some speed here, because Briscoe does not have... Briscoe's tires are older. They are going to start to age. Kyle Busch needs to find something here. 6 laps to go. Come on. Let's go. Kyle Busch tries the top line again. And here we go. This reminds me of that... they're talking about the Xfinity Series race where Briscoe fended off a hard-charging Kyle Busch in the Xfinity Series race in 2020. In one of the more emotional races of Briscoe's career. And right now, Busch hanging right there in the fight. These two drivers, it's all them. 5 laps to go. 5 more times around. And Kyle Busch versus Briscoe is the fight for the win and the playoff spot. That is a guaranteed playoff spot right there. Alright, let's see. Again, I just can't seem to find any real... so far, Briscoe's not doing a bad job. He's actually not showing much, if any, weakness here. Just a question. 4 laps to go. How much can you hold on here? Is there any real way to hang on long enough to make it to the end of this thing? Come on, Kyle Busch. Come on, Kyle. Any shot. Here we go. Lap traffic. gonna stay to the bottom lane. That's gonna hurt Kyle's shot here, because Kyle's best laps have been on the bottom when he has free reign on the bottom. So the fact that Suarez stayed to the bottom there definitely didn't help him. And oh, there we go. Briscoe's trying that bottom. Briscoe trying to dive down there, trying to find some momentum. And let's say 0.3 of a second separating these two. Kyle Busch, Briscoe, 3 to go. It will be 2 to go at the line this time. 2 laps to go at the line this time. And it's going to be Briscoe leading, 2 laps to go. 2 to go. Kyle Busch desperately trying to find anything he can do here. Anything at all. Briscoe not showing any weakness whatsoever. Kyle Busch just trying to fight him as hard as he can for any instance. And here we go. To the bottom of the racetrack goes Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch to the bottom. Chase Briscoe tags the fence just a little bit. Here we go. 1 lap to go. Right on the bumper. Bumper to bumper. White flag is out. Last lap of the race. 500 miles of racing, and we are going to see it come down to a matter of inches, I feel. Here we go. Can Briscoe hold him off? Briscoe, Busch. It is going to come down to this final corner. Can Busch find anything? Briscoe to the top line. Briscoe right against the fence. Nowhere to go for Kyle Busch. And it's going to be Chase Briscoe to the victory lane. Chase Briscoe wins it. Chase Briscoe is going to win. Kyle Busch with back-to-back second place finishes to end off the regular season. 3rd place, Christopher Bell. 4th, Kyle Larson. Rounding out your top 5 is Ross Chastain. But man, that is going to hurt for Kyle Busch to be coming home 2nd place for the 2nd week in a row when he needed a win. Just 1 win. And we were so close. But Chase Briscoe is going to the playoffs. Chase Briscoe and Haas Automation in their final season as a multi-car team, and Chase Briscoe in his last year for the team, they are going to go and put this one last shot at a championship for car number 14 here. He's diving down. He's getting ready for the burnout. Let's go. Oh, man. That was a thrilling finish compared to a very draining start to the race. Nearly a 300-lap run broken up by the stages, but no actual action. It had just been a Kyle Larson beatdown. And then all of a sudden, Briscoe is going to be the race winner and going into the playoffs. Let's go. I can't believe it. That is such a cool experience there for Chase Briscoe. And simultaneously, I am gutted for Kyle Busch. Back-to-back runner-up finishes when you just needed 1 win to try and go for it. Again, Briscoe did nothing wrong. That was a perfect final, really a whole final restart and the whole final run. Briscoe, I don't think he really put a wheel wrong more than about maybe 1 or 2 inches wrong here or there. But again, when it came down to it, he managed to stop Kyle Busch from making the pass. And that's another one I feel gutted for. Chris Buescher, and even to an extent Bubba Wallace, even though Bubba was on the back foot the entire time. Both of those drivers are going to miss out on the playoffs, and the Stewart-Haas Ford there of Chase Briscoe will be going into the playoffs. And just to think of just how close the 17 car was to so many wins this season, and all of a sudden he has 0 wins and he will not be going to the playoffs. I mean, think about Kansas. Comes home, literally, they had to go to the high-speed 1,000 frame a second camera to determine who won the race because they couldn't tell from the eye test. They couldn't tell based on just looking at the race. They couldn't tell who actually won the race. Nah, timing and scoring even had it wrong originally. But yeah, there goes Chase Briscoe climbing out of his car. So excited for him. That is such an amazing finish. But as per usual, if you guys are just here for the reaction to the finish, this is probably all there is going to be for action. I don't see any post-race fight coming or anything. But as per usual, we are going to go down through the entire finishing grid. So, yeah, give everybody their dues for where they finished. So, if you guys did just come for the for the reaction, I will see you guys in the next video, live stream, or whatever you guys do for the rest of your night. Don't forget, I will be back here live on Friday for the Green Bay Packer versus the Eagles game. So, don't worry, I'm not done yet when it comes to content for you guys. I'm gonna be recording a race recap for sure, and hopefully a couple more videos throughout the week. But yep. So here we go. Chase Briscoe, as we mentioned, he won the race. Kyle Busch, the second place finish. We already talked about it. Christopher Bell, third. Fourth was Larson. Fifth, Ross Chastain. Coming home in sixth place was Chris Buescher. That is, again, just gutting for Chris Buescher to come home sixth place. Fought so hard, and he's going to miss out on the playoffs. Denny Hamlin comes home in seventh place. My pick for the win. Somehow doesn't have a curse hit him, which is nice for him, I guess. Joey Logano comes home in the eighth position, and Corey LaJoie, who is looking for a job, comes home ninth. 10th for Tyler Reddick, rounds out your top 10. Chase Elliott coming home in the 11th position. 12th is going to be Ryan Preece. 13th, Austin Cindric. 14th, Brad Keselowski. And 15th, the driver who lost the appeal to try and be one of those 16 playoff drivers, Austin Dillon. Spot number 16 goes to Bubba Wallace here tonight. Just wasn't able to do enough to advance to the playoffs, unfortunately, as he will finish like 12th in the regular season, but not make it to the 16-driver playoffs. Todd Gilliland gets in, comes home in the 17th position. And that's the last car on lead lap. Daniel Suarez, the first car, one lap down in 18th. Alex Bowman, 19th, and rounding out your top 20 is Ty Gibbs. Harrison Burton, the first car 2 laps down, comes home 21st, driving the number 21 car. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. comes home 2 laps down as well in the 22nd position. Zane Smith, 3 laps off the pace in 23rd. Eric Jones, looking for his third win at this track, comes home in the 24th position, 3 laps off the pace. And rounding out your top 25, it's John Hunter Nemechek, who also comes home 3 laps off the pace in 25th. Shane Van Gisbergen, as a part of his drive towards his... wait, 1 second. They're interviewing Kyle. I want to see this interview here. Do you think that would be enough? Yeah, I did. When we made it through a few of the guys on the start, yep. Thought we'd have a shot. But, yeah, Time Bad just didn't have enough power to get through there. Yeah, hey, you know what? Very good, very good interview there, and genuinely, I think he put on about as good a final 4 or 5 races, basically everything since Indy. That really, everything since Indy, I think, has been as good as humanly possible for him. And, yep. Yeah, and early in the race, nobody thought he was going to have a shot. And then, yep, so Shane Van Gisbergen, 26th place, 3 laps off the pace. Justin Haley, the first driver, 4 laps off the pace in 27th. 28th for Michael McDowell, 4 laps off the pace, just was never really relevant all night long. Daniel Hemrick coming home 5 laps off the pace in the number 31 car, comes home 29th. William Byron comes rounds out your top 30 finishers in coming home 23 laps off the pace. Josh Berry 24 laps off the pace in 31st. Noah Gragson 24 laps off the pace in 32nd. Carson Hocevar 32 laps off the pace in 33rd. Kaz Gralla comes home 35 laps behind the race in 34th place. Timmy Hill, 89 laps shy of the checkered flag. He comes home in the 35th position. And then Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney both coming home 365 laps shy of the checkered flag. Martin Truex Jr. in 36th, and 37th goes to Ryan Blaney in the number 12 car. So that is a full rundown of every single finishing position on the night. But hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys did, leave a like on the stream. Subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Again, I'll have a recap of this race out either tomorrow. It should be tomorrow, might be Tuesday, depending on just kind of schedule and whatnot. But until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys next video, live stream, whatever you guys decide to do whatever you decide to do with the rest of your night. Also, quick reminder, I will be doing that NFL stream, the Packers and Eagles Peacock exclusive game over on over here on Thursday night. So I will see you guys there. But until next time, I will see you guys later. Goodbye.